What? 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 There we go. There we go. Hello. 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 What's this on? Is this thing on? Oh, I am not ready for this. Not ready for this at all, but heck, when am I ever? Hello everyone! Hello Fritz! Hello Stuart! Hello Lifey! Hello Sunny! Hello James! How's everyone? Hello Hashi! How are y'all? How are y'all? Man, I am super late. My bad, guys. My bad. There we go. Woo. It is on indeed. Sweet, sweet, sweet. Welcome, welcome, welcome in everybody. My name's Heavy Balls. And before you even ask, yes, they are. And I have my book with me. I have my book. I got my book. Should I put the book up on the stream to show everyone what I'm reading, by the way? Should I? I was thinking that. Maybe I should. Yeah, I should. Alright, give me a second. I hope everyone's doing good today. I've got a little bit of spooky music, you know. Do it, sweet. All right, let me find an image that looks exactly like the one I'm reading right now. I got my water with me. Got my iced tea, although I shouldn't drink that while I'm about to read some books. Let me see. Oh, that one looks alright. Let me show you the book I have right there, right here. Oh, well, what's everyone doing today? How's everyone been doing today? So oh yeah, the book I'm reading, by the way, I've already mentioned it like 100 times before, but it's called The Spooks Apprentice. Let me get a picture for y'all. Let me turn the book. Alright, let's see. Where did I put it? Where did I put it? There you are. Hey. I'll put it here. Oops. Let me put it right over here. I should have prepared this, but heck, I was too busy cooking today. A little bit larger, bigger. Let me see. Like that. There we go. Gosh. Why I fall asleep to this? I haven't slept at all during the night. Hey Chris, how are you? It's been so long. Alright. Before we start, there is like a couple of pages that show like the map, character profiles, and spook symbols. So for those who don't know, well, no, I'm pretty sure no one does. But this is called The Spooks Apprentice, and basically it's like a exorcist. It's like an exorcist slash wizard, and what they do is that they basically kill witches. Yeah, well, not kill witches, but they capture witches. They're like the witch police, you could say, or like ghost police or ghost police. But there's a lot of pages here that should probably copy and paste it. Or see if I can find it. Spooks Apprentice. That. Find the map and let me find. That one looks like it. Okay. That one, and let's do symbols. Let me find these ones. Is this one? Okay, this one, like this one. Maybe. Yeah, I should have done this before. But hey, I'm never prepared anyway. Got the fantasy story? Yeah. It's a book I read like when I was like 16 when I read this. I'm not much of a book person these days, but when I was, this was one of my favorite stories. Let me copy. Let me do this real quick. Okay. I can put this. Let me see. As and then do outline. What else? What else is in here? Oh yeah, the map. Dang, I'm never prepared for anything like this. I was contemplating also, should this be technically an ASMR stream or a just chatting stream? I have no idea. I have no idea. God. Whoever created WebMP, I hate you. I hate you. Let's see, what else is in here? What else is in here? Huh. Then we'll add this one. Do that like that. Oh. And then... Okay. Okay. Why does it take so long to do this? I knew I shouldn't have been playing, Baldur's Gate 3 before I started stream. But look, here I am. So we got that thing. And then we'll do one more. One more. And then, what? Well, oh, yes. You guys love a scuff stream, don't you? Anyone here like a scuff stream? I don't know. I wasn't trying to prepare, but I'm never. There we go. There's all. I'm dead. Eh? Oh. I'm dead. The heck? What happened to me? What happened to me? I'm dead. Bruh, who killed me? Stog! Why'd you do that? You're breaking it. Wait, I gotta restart the thing. Yeah. Wait. Why'd you go do that for? I probably should have, what do you call that? I probably should have, cancelled all the, channel rewards. Oh my god. But I want to start again. This is way too scuffed right now. Not work at all at the moment. No, it's just I haven't really, I don't know. I don't know what's happened. I don't know what's happened. Bro, this whole thing's broken right now. There we go. Oh, wait. Oh, so much happening. There's so much happening right now. Okay, do that. Seeing like a speed run of me trying to fix things. Let me pull the channel points. Oh wait, you can do that? That should be fine. Alright. Oh, yes, please. You can do that, yes. Alright. Okay, I'm here. I'm finally here. Thank you. Bye. Thanks for waiting, guys. Alright, I am finally here now. Finally here. Okay. 18. That took 18 minutes. Great. Fantastic. Fantastic. Alright. Everyone. Get your popcorn, oh yeah, thirsty boy. Get your popcorn ready. Get comfy. I'll probably only read 5 chapters, or at least until my throat gets sore. But yeah. Alright. Everyone ready? Everyone ready? Also, maybe I should put the alert on. Pause the alerts. Yeah, I'll pause the alerts right now. Sweet. Alright. Well, with that being said, guys, get ready because I'm about to start. Alright. Still. Volume all good. Okay. Alright. Starting in 3, 2, 1. The highest point in the county is marked by mystery. It is said that a man died there in a great storm while binding an evil that threatened the whole world. Then the ice came again, and when it retreated, even the shapes of the hills and the names of the towns in the valleys changed. Now, at the highest point on the fells, no trace remains of what has done long ago. But its name had endured. They call it the Wardstone. Sweet. Oh, Hindi! Thanks so much for the raid. Thank you. Hindi, man. Oh, Fachi! How you doing? Welcome. Also, if I'm late for chat, by the way, it's because I'm reading. Welcome. You just actually came in like a good time. We're just about to we're legit about to read a book. We're about to read a book right now. So if you guys want to read or want to just like chill with me as I'm reading a book right now, feel free to do so. The best. Sachi, it's been so long. How you been? Am I the best ever? Bruh. Nah, I wouldn't say that. I wouldn't say that. Bro, it took me like 30 minutes to try and set up everything. Time zones keep us apart. What time is it for you? Also, how glitch text? Thanks so much for the follow. Thank you. But welcome, Raiders. My name's Heavy Balls. And before you even ask, yes, they are. About to read a book. Raiders, if you need to go eat, sleep, drink, take a big fat dookie, then feel free to do so. That includes you and D. I hope you had a good stream today. It's 2 AM for me right now. Oh god. Central Standard. Oh. Dang, bro. Well, if you need to go rest, feel free to do so. But I have missed you, Sochi. I see you. I look in your stream sometimes. Reading is for awake people. I just woke up, so my brain isn't fully awake yet. Good time to read a book, right? I legit am just about to read the first chapter. So if you guys want to just like chill while I read and search, yeah. That includes you, Jade. I hope you had a good sleep, by the way. Well, if you need me to read a bedtime story, then yeah, feel free to chill. Thanks again for the raid, Indy. Okay. Alright. Yes, and also hope you had a good stream as well. Okay. We ready? How long have we been streaming for? 22 minutes. We finally we're finally at it. Okay. Also, we able to pin? Oh wait, let me just pin this as well. Distracted. They catch up with chat. Gonna be distracted due to reading, but I'll eventually catch up with chat. Yeah. Yeah. Also, Joe, thanks so much for the follow. I like the head of crime. Aw, thank you. Thank you. Let me pin this right here. But I better get sleep. Jade? Unable to. Nah, I'm not allowed to pin messages. Whatever. Okay. It's all good. We'll figure that out. Alright. Alright. Can I unpin this? Remind people. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. You guys ready? Okay, let's do it. Chapter 1. A Seventh Son. When the spook arrived, the light was already beginning to fail. It had been a long, hard day, and I was ready for my supper. "You sure he's the seventh son?" he asked. He was looking down at me and shaking his head doubtfully. Dad nodded. "And you're a seventh son too?" Dad nodded again, and started stamping his feet impatiently, splattering my breeches with droplets of brown mud and manure. The rain was dripping from the peak of his cap. It had been raining for most of the month. There were new leaves on the trees, but the spring weather was a long time coming. My dad was a farmer, and his father had been a farmer too. And the first rule of farming is to keep the farm together. You can't just divide it up amongst your children. It would get smaller and smaller with each generation until there was nothing left. So a father leaves his farm to his eldest son. Then he finds jobs for the rest. If possible, he tries to find each a trade. He needs lots of favors for that. A local blacksmith is one option, especially if a farm is big and he's given the blacksmith plenty of work. Then it's odds on that the blacksmith will offer an apprenticeship. But that's still only one son sorted out. I was his seventh, and by the time it had come to me, all the favors had been used up. Dad was so desperate that he was trying to get the spook to take me on as his apprentice, or at least that's what I thought at the time. I should have guessed that Mum was behind it. She was behind a lot of things. Long before I was born, it was her money that bought our farm. How else could a seventh son afford it? And Mum wasn't county. She came from land far across the sea. Most people couldn't tell, but sometimes, if you listen carefully, there was a slight difference in the way she pronounced certain words. Still, don't imagine that I was being sold into slavery or something. I was bored with the farming anyway, and what they called the town was hardly more than a village in the back of beyond. It was certainly no place that I wanted to spend the rest of my life. So in one way, I quite liked the idea of being a spook. It was much more interesting than milking cows and spreading manure. It made me nervous though, because it was a very scary job. I was going to learn how to protect farms and villages from things that go bump in the night, dealing with ghouls, boggarts, and all manner of wicked beasties would be all in a day's work. That's what the spook did, and I was going to be his apprentice. "How old is he?" said the spook. "He'll be 13 come August." "It's small for his age. Can he read and write?" "Aye," Dad said. "He can do both. And he also knows Greek. His mum taught him, and he could speak it almost before he could walk." The spook nodded, and looked back across the muddy path beyond the gate towards the farmhouse, as if he were listening for something. Then he shrugged. "It's a hard enough life for a man. Never mind a boy," he said. "Think he's up to it?" "He's strong, and he'll be as big as me when he gets full grown," my dad said, straightening his back and drawing himself up to his full height. That done, the spook's top of his head was just about level with the spook's chin. Oh, the top of his head was good. Suddenly, the spook smiled. It was the very last thing I had expected. His face was big and looked as if he had been chiseled from stone. Until then, I thought him a bit fierce. His long black cloak and hood made him look like a priest, but when he looked at you directly, his grim expression made him appear more like a hangman weighing you up for the rope. The hair sticking out from under the front of his hood matched his beard, which was grey, and eyebrows were black and very bushy. There was quite a bit of black hair sprouting out from his nostrils too, and his eyes were green, the same colour as my own. Then I noticed something else about him. He was carrying a long staff. Of course, I'd seen that as soon as he came within sight of it, but what I hadn't realised until that moment was that he was carrying it in his left hand. Did that mean he was left-handed like me? It was something that had caused me no end of trouble at the village school. They even called the local priest to look at me, and he kept shaking his head and telling me I'd have to fight it before it was too late. I didn't know what he meant. None of my brothers were left-handed, and neither was my dad. My mum was cack-handed though, and it never seemed to bother her much. So when the teacher threatened to beat it out of me and tied the pen to my right hand, she took me away from the school, and from that day on, taught me at home. How much to take him on? My dad asked, interrupting my thoughts. Now we were getting down to real business. 2 guineas for a month's trial. If he's up to it, I'll be back again in the autumn, and you'll owe me another 10. If not, you can have him back, and it'll be just another guinea for my trouble. Dad nodded again, and the deal was done. We went into the barn, and the guineas were paid, but they didn't shake hands. Nobody wanted to touch a spook. My dad was a brave man, and just to stand within 6 feet of one. I've some business close by, said the spook, but I'll be back for the first lad. Make sure he's ready. I don't like to be kept waiting. When he'd gone, Dad tapped me on the shoulder. It's a new life for you now, son, he told me. Go and get yourself cleaned up. You're finished with farming. Thanks so much for the follow, Indy. When I walked into the kitchen, my brother Jack had his arm around his wife Ellie, and she was smiling up at him. I liked Ellie a lot. She's warm and friendly, in a way that makes you feel that she really cares about you. Mum says that marrying Ellie was good for Jack, because she helped to make him less agitated. Jack is the eldest son, and the biggest of all of us, and as his dad sometimes jokes, the best looking of the ugly bunch. He is big and strong, alright, but despite his blue eyes and healthy red cheeks, his black bushy eyebrows almost meet at the middle, so I've never agreed on that. One thing I never argued with is that he managed to attract a pretty kind wife. Ellie has hair the color of best quality straw these days after a good harvest, and skin that really glows in the candlelight. I'm leaving tomorrow morning, I blurted out. The spook's coming for me at first light. Ellie's face lit up. You mean he's agreed to take you on? I nodded. He's given me a month trial. Oh, well done, Tom. I'm really pleased for you, she said. I don't believe it, scoffed Jack. You're apprenticed to a spook. How can you do a job like that when you still can't sleep without a candle? I laughed at his joke, but he had a point. I sometimes saw things in the dark, and the candle was the best way to keep them away, so that I could get some sleep. Jack came towards me with a roar got me in a headlock and began dragging me around the kitchen table. It was his idea for a joke. I put up just enough resistance to humor him, and after a few seconds he let go of me and patted me on the back. Well done, Tom, he said. You'll make a fortune doing that job. There's just one problem though. What's that? I asked. You'll need every penny you can earn. Know why? I shrugged. Because the only friends you ever have are the ones you buy. I tried to smile, but there was a lot of truth in Jack's words. A spook's worked and lived alone. Oh, Jack, don't be cruel, Ellie scolded. It was only a joke, Jack replied. as if he couldn't understand why Ellie was making so much of a fuss. But Ellie was looking at me rather than Jack, and I saw her face suddenly drop. "Oh, Tom," she said, "this means you won't be here when the baby's born." She looked really disappointed, and it made me feel sad that I wouldn't be at home to see my new niece. Mom had said that Ellie's baby was going to be a girl, and she was never wrong about things like that. I'm gonna go to sleep now. Oh, Gucci. I'm gonna sleep, so cheap. Thanks for coming by. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I hope to see you again soon. My message too, but no. Me. Maybe Twitch is being weird. Oh, okay, where was I? Yes, have a good night's sleep. I'll come back. I'll come back and visit just as soon as I can, I promised. Ellie tried to smile, and Jack came up and rested his arm across my shoulders. "You'll always have family," he said. "We'll always be here if you need us." An hour later, I sat down to supper, knowing that I'd be gone in the morning. Dad said grace, as he did every evening, and we all muttered amen. Except Mum. She just stared down at her food as usual, waiting politely until it was over. As the prayer ended, Mum gave me a little smile. It was a warm, special smile, and I don't think anyone else noticed. It made me feel better. The fire was still burning in the grate, filling the kitchen with warmth. At the center of a large wooden table was a brass candlestick, which had been polished until you could see a face in it. The candle was made of beeswax and was very expensive, but Mum wouldn't allow tallow in the kitchen because of the smell. Dad made most of the decisions on the farm, but in some things she always got her own way. As we tucked into our big place of steaming hot pot, it struck me how old Dad looked tonight, old and tired, and there was an expression that flickered across his face from time to time, a hint of sadness. But he brightened up a bit when he and Jack started discussing the price of pork, or whether or not it was the right time to send for the pig butcher. "Better to wait another month or so," Dad said. "The price is sure to go higher." Jack shook his head, and they began to argue. It was a friendly argument, the kind of families have often, and I could tell that Dad was enjoying it. I didn't join in though. All that was over for me. As Dad had told me, I was finished with farming. Mum and Ellie were chuckling together softly. I tried to catch what they were saying, but by now Jack was a full flow, his voice getting louder and louder. When Mum glanced across at him, I could tell she had enough of his noise. Oblivious to Mum's glances and continuing to argue loudly, Jack reached across for the salt cellar and accidentally knocked it over, spilling a small cone of salt on the tabletop. Straight away, he took a pinch of salt and threw it back over his shoulder. It is an old county superstition, but by doing that, you were supposed to ward off the bad luck you earned by spilling it. "Jack, you don't need any salt on that anyway," Mum scolded. "It spoils a good hot pot, and is an insult to the cook." "Sorry, Mum," Jack apologized. "You're right. It's perfect just as it is." She gave him a smile, and then nodded towards me. "Anyway, nobody's taking notice of Tom. That's no way to treat him on his last night at the house." "I'm alright, Mum," I told her. "I'm happy just to sit here and listen." Mum nodded. "Well, I've got a few things to say to you after supper. Stay down in the kitchen and we'll have a little talk." So after Jack, Ellie, and Dad had gone up to bed, I sat in a chair by the fire and waited patiently to hear what Mum had to say. Mum wasn't a woman who made a lot of fuss, at first. She didn't say much apart from explaining what she was wrapping up for me. A spare pair of trousers, 3 shirts, and 2 pairs of good socks that had only been darned once each. I stared into the embers of the fire, tapping my feet on the flags, while Mum drew up her rocking chair and positioned it so that she was facing directly towards me. Her black hair was streaked with a few strands of grey, But apart from that, she looked pretty much the same as she had when I was just a toddler, hardly up to her knees. Her eyes were still bright, and but for her, but for her pale skin, she looked a picture of health. This is the last time we'll ever get to talk to each other for quite a while, she said. It's a big step leaving home and starting out on your own. So if there's anything you need to say, anything you need to ask, now's the time to do it. I couldn't think of a single question. In fact, I couldn't even think. Hearing her say all that had started tears prickling behind my eyes. The silence went on for quite a while. All that could be heard was my feet tapping on the flags. Finally, Mum gave a little sigh. "What's wrong?" she asked. "Has a cat got your tongue?" I shrugged. "Stop fidgeting, Tom, and concentrate on what I'm saying," Mum said. "First of all, are you looking forward to tomorrow and starting a new job?" "I'm not sure, Mum," I told her, remembering Jack's joke about having to buy friends. "Nobody wants to go anywhere near a spook. I'll have no friends. I'll be lonely all the time." "It won't be as bad as you think," Mum said. "You'll have your master to talk to. He'll be your teacher, and no doubt he'll eventually become your friend. You'll be busy all the time, busy learning new things. You'll have no time to feel lonely. Don't you find the whole thing new and exciting?" "It's exciting, but the job scares me. I want to do it, but I don't know if I can. One part of me wants to travel and see places, but it'll be hard not to live here anymore. I'll miss you all. I'll miss you. I'll miss being at home." "You can't stay here," Mum said. "Your dad's getting too old to work, and come next winter, he's handing the farm over to Jack. Ellie will be having a baby soon, no doubt the first of many. Eventually, there won't be any room for you here. No, you better get used to it before that happens. You can't come home." Her voice seemed cold and a little sharp, and to hear her speak to me like that drove pain deep into my chest and throat so that I could hardly breathe. "Oh, hey Shiva." No way. Have you read the Spooks Apprentice before? Really? Give me a second. I just wanted to go to bed then, but she had a lot to say. I'd rarely heard her use so many words all in one go. "You have a job to do, and you're going to do it," she said sternly. "And not only do it, you're going to do it well. I married your dad because he was the seventh son. I bore him 6 sons so that I could have you. 7 times 7 you are, and you have a gift. Your new master's still strong, but he's some way past his best, and his time is finally coming to an end. For nearly 60 years he's walked the county lines during his doing his duty, doing what has to be done. Soon it'll be your turn, and if you won't do it, then who will? Who'll look after the ordinary folk? Who'll keep them from harm? Who will make the farms and villages and towns safe so that women and children can walk the streets, lanes, free from fear?" I didn't know what to say. I couldn't look her in the eye. I just fought back to hold the tears. "I love everyone in this house," she said, her voice softening. "But in the whole wide county, you're the only person who's really like me. As yet, you're just a boy who's still a lot of growing to do. But you're the 7th son of the 7th son. You're the gift and the strength. You've the gift and the strength to do what needs to be done. I know you're going to make me proud of you." Well, Now, Mum said, coming to her feet, I'm glad that we've got that sorted out. Now off to bed with you. It's a big day tomorrow, and you want to be at your best. She gave me a hug and a warm smile, and I tried really hard to be cheerful and smile back. But once up in my bedroom, I sat on the edge of my bed just staring vacantly and thinking about what Mum had told me. My mum was well respected in the neighborhood. She knows more about plants and medicines than the local doctor. And where there's a problem with delivering a baby, the midwife always sends for her. Mum is an expert at what she calls breech births. Sometimes a baby tries to get born feet first, but my mum is good at turning them while they are still in the womb. Dozens of women in the county owe their lives to her. Anyway, that was what my dad says. That's what my dad said. But mum was modest, and she never mentioned things like that. She got on with what had to be done, and I knew that what she expected of me. So I wanted to make her proud. But could she really mean that she'd only married my dad and had 6 brothers so she could give birth to me? It didn't seem possible. After thinking things through, I went across to the window and sat on the old wicker chair for a few minutes, staring through the window which faced north. The moon was shining, bathing everything in the silver light. I could see across the farmyard, beyond the 2 hay fields in the north pasture, right to the boundary of our farm, which ended halfway up Hangman's Hill. I liked the view. I liked Hangman's Hill from a distance. I liked the way it was the furthest thing you could see. For years, this had been my routine before climbing into bed each night. I used to stare at the hill and imagine what was on the other side. I knew that it was just more fields. And then 2 miles further on, what passed for the local village, 6 houses, a small church, and even smaller school. But my imagination conjured up other things. Sometimes I imagined high cliffs with an ocean beyond, or maybe a forest or a great city with tall towers and twinkling lights. But now, as I gazed at the hill, I remembered my fear as well. Yes, it was fine from a distance, but it wasn't a place I'd ever want to get close to. Hangman's Hill, as you might have guessed, didn't get its name from nothing. 3 generations earlier, a war had raged over the county and the whole land, and the men of that county had played their part. It had been the worst of all wars, a bitter civil war where families had been divided, and where sometimes brother had even fought brother. In the last winter of the war, there had been a big battle, a mile or so to the north, just on the outskirts of the village. When it was finally over, the winning army had brought their prisoners to this hill and hanged them from the trees on its northern slope. They'd hanged some of their own men too for what they had claimed were cowardice in the face of the enemy. But there was another version of the tale. It is said that some of these men had refused to fight people they considered neighbors. Even Jack never liked working close to that boundary fence. Hey Succulent Shin, how are you? Hello. And the dogs wouldn't go more than a few feet into the wood. As for me, because I could sense things that others can't, I couldn't even work in the north pasture. You see, from there, I could hear them. I could hear the ropes creaking and the branches groaning under the weight. I could hear the dead strangling and choking on the other side of the hill. Mum had said that we were like each other. Well, she was certainly like me in one way. I know she could see things that others couldn't. One winter, when I was very young, and all my brothers lived at home, the noises from the hill got so bad at night that I could even hear them from my bedroom. My brothers didn't hear a thing, but I did. I couldn't sleep. Mum came to my room every time I called, even though she had been up at the crack of dawn to do her chores. Finally,
She said she was going to sort it out, and one night she climbed Hangman's Hill alone and went up into the trees. When she came back, everything was quiet. It had stayed like that for months afterwards. There was one way in which we weren't alike. Mum was a lot braver than I was.
Oh, succulent, succulent. Thanks so much for the follow. That's the first chapter down. Got through the first 2 books before getting distracted and forgetting about it. It's good. They're good books, aren't they? I got up to like book 6 before I became distracted. Yeah. I love this book series. It's so good. Thank you for the follow, succulent. My name's Heavy. Heavy Balls. Before you even asked, yes, they are. Very nice to meet you. I've already read the first chapter. I don't know how many chapters there are in here. Good. Here's, what? You should. There's like, what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15 books. There's 15 books in this series. Hope you had a good day, succulent. I tell you what, like, drinking water and reading is very difficult for me. For one, I find it hard to read. I don't know. I have like a hard time reading. But I'm trying my best. Oh, good, Frisk. Hope you have a good breakfast. It's good to see you again. Missed you. Alright. Okay, so we pretty much got an idea. The main character is called Tom. He is the 7th son of the 7th son, which is crazy. And basically, if you are the 7th son of the 7th son, you basically have powers. Or like have a 6th sense, basically. Aww. I hope to see you again soon. Hi, Frisk. Well, I actually got his character profile here. Do you want to read it? I'll read it.
Thomas Ward is the 7th son of the 7th son. This means he was born with certain gifts. Gifts that make him perfect for the role of the Spooks Apprentice. He can see and hear the dead, and he is a natural enemy of the dark. But that doesn't stop Tom from getting scared, and he's going to need all of his courage if he is to succeed where 29 others have failed.
29? He said for the spook. Oh yeah. More spoilers, but a little side there. Tom isn't his first apprentice. He's a 29, and all of them failed. Oh God. No stress, Tom. Now, character profile for Spook. The Spook is an unmistakable figure. He's tall and rather fierce looking. He wears a long black cloak and hood and always carries a staff and silver chain. Like his apprentice, Tom is also left-handed and is the 7th son of the 7th son. For over 60 years, he's protected the county from things that go bump in the night. And there's also one for Mum. It's pronounced, it's called, they call it Mam, but I think Mum's easier for me to say Mum. Tom's mum had always known he would become the Spooks Apprentice. She calls him her gift to the county. A loving mother, and an expert on plants and medicine and childbirth. Mom had always been a little different. Her origins in Greece remain a mystery. In fact, there are quite a few mysterious things about Mom. And yeah, there's one other character profile, but we'll get to that one soon. Alright. Ready? I'm gonna read again. I'm gonna read again. Alright. I think there's like what, 10 chapters in here? Ooh. Let's do it. Chapter 2. On the Road. I was up an hour before dawn, but Mum was already in the kitchen cooking my favorite breakfast, bacon and eggs. Dad came downstairs while I was mopping the plate with my last slice of bread. As we said goodbye, he pulled something from his pocket and placed it into my hands. It was a small tinderbox that had belonged to his own dad and his grandfather before that. One of his favorite possessions. I want you to have this, son, he said. It might come in handy in your useful job. It might come in useful in your new job. And come back and see us soon. Just because you've left the house doesn't mean that you can't come back and visit. It's time to go, son, Mum said, walking across to give me a final hug. He's at the gate. Don't keep him waiting. We're a family which didn't like too much fuss, and as we already said our goodbyes, I walked out into the yard alone. The spook was on the other side of the gate, a dark silhouette against the grey dawn light. His hood was up, and he was standing straight and tall, his staff in his left hand. I walked towards him, carrying my small bundle of possessions, feeling a little nervous. Very nervous, sorry. To my surprise, the spook opened the gate and came into the yard. Well, lad, he said, follow me. We might as well start the way we need to go on. Instead of heading for the road, he led the way north, directly towards Hangman's Hill, and soon we were crossing the north pasture. My heart was already starting to thump. When he reached the boundary fence, the spook climbed over with the ease of a man half his age. But I froze. As I rested my hands against the top ledge of the fence, I could already hear the sounds of the trees creaking. Their branches bent and bowed under the weight of the hanging men. What's the matter, lad? He said, turning to look back towards me. If you're frightened of something on your own doorstep, you'd be a little used to me. I took a deep breath and clambered over the fence. We trudged upwards, the dawn light darkening as we moved up into the gloom of the trees. The higher we climbed, the colder it seemed to get, and soon I was shivering. It was the kind of cold that gives you the goose pimples and makes the hair on the back of your neck start to rise. It was a warning that something wasn't quite right. I'd felt it before when something had come close that didn't belong to this world. Once we reached the summit of the hill, I could see them below me. There had to be 100 or at least sometimes 2 or 3 hanging from the same tree, wearing soldiers' uniforms with broad leather belts and big boots. Their hands were tied behind their backs, and all of them behaved differently. Some struggling desperately so that the branch above them bounced and jerked, while others were just spinning slowly at the end of the rope, pointing first one way and then the other. As I watched, I suddenly felt a strong wind on my face, a wind so cold and fierce that it couldn't have been natural. The trees bowed low, and their leaves shriveled and began to fall. Within moments, all the branches were bare. When the wind had eased, the spook put his hand on my shoulder and guided me near to the hanging men. We stopped just feet away from the nearest. Look at him, said the spook. What do you see? A dead soldier, I replied, my voice beginning to wobble. How old does he look? 17 at most. Good. Well done, lad. Now tell me, do you still feel scared? A bit. I don't like being so close to him. Why? There's nothing to be afraid of. Nothing that can hurt you. Think about it. Think about what it must have been like for him,
Concentrate on him rather than yourself. How must he have felt? What would be the worst thing? I tried to put myself in the soldier's place and imagine how it must have been like to die like that. The pain and the struggle for breath would have been terrible, but there might have been something even worse. He'd have known he was dying and that he'd never be able to go home again. That he'd never see his family again, he told the spook. With those words, a wave of sadness washed over me. Then, even as that happened, the hanging men slowly began to disappear until we were all alone on the hillside and the leaves were back on their trees. How do you feel now? Still afraid? I shook my head. No, I said. I just feel sad. Well done, lad. You're learning. We're the seventh sons of the seventh sons, and we have a gift of seeing things that others can't. But the gift can sometimes be a curse. If we're afraid, sometimes there are things that can feed on that fear. Fear that makes it even worse for us. The trick is to concentrate on what you can see and stop thinking about yourself. It works every time. It was a terrible sight, lad, but they were just ghasts, continued the spook. There's nothing much we can do about them. They'll just fade away on their own. In 100 years or so, there'll be nothing left. Yo, Maru, how are you? Damn, it really said try not to be a coward. Pretty much. I mean, you're dealing with ghosts and all that. Can't really be scared of that. Hope you're doing well, Maru. I felt like telling the spook that Mum did something about them once, but I didn't. To contradict him would have gotten us to a bad start. Now, if there were ghosts, that would be a different story, said the spook. You can talk to ghosts and tell them what's what. Just making them realize that the dead is the greatest kindness and an important step in getting them to move on. Usually, a ghost is a bewildered spirit, trapped on this earth but not knowing what happened. So often that they are in torment. Then again, others are here with definite purpose that they might have things to tell you. But a ghast is just a fragment of a soul, has gone on to better things. That's what these are, lad. Just ghasts. You saw the trees change. You saw the trees change? The leaves fell and it was winter. Well, the leaves are back now. So you are just looking at something from the past. Just a reminder of the evil things that sometimes happen on the earth. Usually, if you are brave, they can't see you, and they don't do anything. A ghast is just like a reflection in a pond that stays behind when its owner has moved on. You understand what I'm saying? I nodded. Right, so that's one thing sorted out. We'll be dealing with the dead from time to time, so you might as well get used to them. Anyway, let's get started. We've got a long way to go. Here from now on, you'll be carrying this. The spook handed me his leather bag, and without a backwards glance, headed back up the hill. I followed him over its crest, then down the trees towards the road, which was a distant grey scar meandering its way south through the green and brown patchwork of fields. "Not like travelling, lad," said the spook, calling back over his shoulder. "See much of the county?" Good. Woke up. I did a good sleep, Maru. I was just reading. I told him I'd never been more than 6 miles from my dad's farm. Going to the local market was the most traveling I'd ever done before. The spook muttered something under his breath and shook his head. I could tell that he wasn't pleased to hear my answer. "Well, your travels start today," he said. "We're heading south toward a village called Horseshaw. It's just off 15 miles as a crow flies, and we have to be there before dark. Good luck, oh good. Good luck, good luck, Maru. I'd heard of Foreshore. It was a pit village, and had the largest coal yards in the county, holding the output of a dozen or surrounding mines. I never expected to go there, and I wondered what the Spooks' business could be in a place like that. He walked at a furious pace, taking big effortless strides. Soon I was struggling to keep up, as well as carrying my own small bundle of clothes and the other belongings. I now had his bag, which seemed to be getting heavier by the minute. Then, just to make things worse, it started to rain. About an hour before noon, the spook came to a sudden halt. He turned around and stared hard at me. By then, I was about 10 paces behind. My feet were hurting, and I had already developed a slight limp. The road was a little more than a track. I was quickly turning to mud. Just as I caught up to him, I stubbed my toe, slipped, and almost lost my balance. He tottered. "Feeling dizzy, lad?" he asked. I shook my head. I wanted to give my arm a rest, but it didn't seem right to put his bag down in the mud. "That's good," said the spook with a faint smile, the rain dripping from the edge of his hood down onto his beard. "Never trust a man who's dizzy. That's something worth remembering." "I'm not dizzy," I protested. "No?" said the spook, raising his bushy eyebrows. "Then it must be your boots. There won't be much use for you in this job." My boots were the same as my dad's and Jack's, sturdy enough and suitable for the mud and the muck of the farmyard, but the kind that needed a lot of getting used to. A new pair usually cost a fortnight's blisters before your feet got bedded in. I looked down at the spooks. They were made of strong, good quality leather, and an extra thick soles. They must have cost a fortune, but I suppose that for someone who did a lot of walking, they were worth every penny. They're flexible as he walked, and I just knew that they had been more comfortable from the very first moment he put them on. Good boots are important in this job, said the spook. We depend on neither man nor beast to get us where we need to go. If you rely on your own two good legs, they won't let you down. But if I finally decide to take you on, I'll get you a pair of boots just like mine. Until then, you'll just have to manage it as best as you can. At noon, we halted for a short break, sheltering from the rain in the abandoned cattle shed. The spook took a piece of cloth out of his pocket and unwrapped it, revealing a huge lump of yellow cheese. He broke a bit off and handed it to me. I'd seen worse, and I was hungry, so I wolfed it down. The spook only ate a small piece himself before wrapping the rest up again and stuffing it back into his pocket. Once out of the rain, he pulled his hood back, so I now had the chance to look at him properly for the first time. Apart from the full beard and the hangman's eyes, his most noticeable figure was his nose, which was grim and sharp, with a curve to it that suggested a bird's beak. The mouth, when closed, was almost hidden by the moustache and beard. The beard itself had looked grey at first glance, but then I looked closer, trying to be as casual as possible so that he wouldn't notice. I saw that most of the colors in the rainbow seemed to be sprouting there. There were shades of red, black, brown, and obviously lots of grey. But as I came to realize later, it all depended on the light. Weak jaw, weak character, my dad always used to say. And he believed that some men wore beards just to hide that fact. Looking at the spook though, you could see despite the beard that his jaw was long. When he opened his mouth, he revealed yellow teeth that were very sharp and more suited to gnawing at red meat than nibbling on cheese. With a shiver, I I suddenly realized that he reminded me of a wolf, and it wasn't just the way he looked. He was a kind of predator because he hunted the dark. Living merely on nibbles of cheese would make him always hungry and mean. If I completed my apprenticeship, I'd end up just like him. "You still hungry, lad?" he asked, his green eyes boring hard into my own until I started to feel a little bit dizzy. I was soaked to the skin and my feet were hurting, but most of all, I was hungry. So I nodded, thinking he might offer me some more, but he just shook his head again and muttered to himself. Then once again, he looked at me sharply. "Hunger's something you're gonna have to get used to," he said. "We don't eat much where we're working, and if the job's very difficult, we don't eat anything until afterwards. Fasting's the safest thing because it makes us less vulnerable to the dark. It makes us stronger. So you might as well start practicing now, because when we get to Horseshaw, I'm going to give you a little test. You're going to spend a night in a haunted house, and you're going to do it alone. That'll show me what you're really made of." Alright, already up to chapter 3, baby.
So where's Horseshaw?
Where's this map? Where is this map? Where is it? Is it here? It's not here. That's odd.
Oh well. Haunted house? Fun. It is. I like this chapter. This is one of my favorite chapters. Oh.
Ooh, reading makes me sleepy. I'm not sleepy, but yeah, it makes me exhausted.
Yo, Ziggy Morningstar, thanks so much for the follow. How you doing? Don't mind me, I'm just snacking. Already an hour into this. Oh, yeah. Whew. Reading and drinking water making me feel bloated. I'm like a water balloon right now. What kind of snacks? They're Nutella biscuits. Let me show you. Oh, yeah, the Nutella biscuits. They're good. I'm doing good. We're just reading books. Oh, let me just. Oh, I don't want to go back. I don't want to stretch backwards. But yeah, we're just reading. Hope you're having a good day today. Thanks again for the follow. I really appreciate it. My name's Heavy Balls, and before you even ask, yes, they are. All right, chapter 3. You guys ready? Hopefully you're enjoying this, by the way. So, the spooks, when they travel, they only have a little bit of cheese. Because apparently, according to the book, anyway, if you eat a lot, you become susceptible to things in the dark. You become more scared. So yeah. Also have to organize next stream. Oh my god. Next week is going to be 24-hour stream, which is gonna be crazy. I'll have to get ready for that. I like to eat a lot. Yeah. Same here. I can fast. I've done it before. I don't mind it. Yeah. I'm glad you're doing good, Ziggy. Thanks so much for the follow again. I really appreciate it. Yeah.
if you like books, then feel free to chill with us. And like a what do you call that? I'm like a what do you call that? Anytime. Aww, aren't you sweet? How did you know I was Aussie? What gave it away? What gave? Oh, yeah. If you ever read the Spooks Apprentice, feel free to read it. It's good. Good book. They said do not read this book while you're sleeping or like while it's dark. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Woo! Let's go again. Let's do it. How many chapters am I gonna read tonight? I'll see if I can get up to 5 chapters. And then yeah. Alright. Let's read. We reached Horseshaw. Chapter 3, number 13, Watery Lane. We reached Horseshaw as a church bell began to chime in the distance. It was 7 o'clock and starting to get dark. A heavy drizzle blew straight into our faces, but then there was still enough light for me to judge that it wasn't a place I'd ever want to live in, and that even a short visit would be best avoided. Horseshaw was a black smear against the green fields, a grim, ugly little place with about 24 rows of mean, back-to-back houses huddling mainly on the southern slope of the damp, bleak hillside. The whole area was riddled with mines, and Horseshaw was at its center. High above the village was a very large slag of heap which marked the entrance to our mine. Behind the slag heap were the coal yards which stored enough to fuel against the big towns in the country. Behind the slag heap were the coal yards which stored enough to keep the biggest towns in the county warm through the longest of winters. Soon we were walking down through the narrow cobbled streets, keeping pressed close to the grimy walls to make way for carts heaped with black cobs of coal, wet and gleaming with rain. The huge Shire horses that pulled them were straining against the loads, hooves slipping on the shiny cobbles. There were few people about, but lace curtains twitched as we passed, and once we met a group of 4 days of dour-faced miners who was trudging up the hill to begin their night shift. They'd been talking in loud voices, but suddenly fell silent and moved in a single column to pass us. Keeping to the far side of the street. Get used to it, lad, growled the spook. We're needed, but rarely welcomed, and some places are worse than others. Finally, we turned a corner into the lowest and meanest street of all. Nobody lived there. You could tell that right away. For one thing, some of the windows were broken, and others were boarded up, and although it was almost dark, no lights were showing. At one end of the street was an abandoned merchant's warehouse, 2 huge wooden doors gaping open and hanging from their rusty hinges. The spook halted outside the very last house. It was the one in the corner closest to the warehouse, the only house in the street to have a number. That number was crafted out of a metal and nailed to the door. It was 13, the worst and unluckiest of all numbers. And directly above was a street sign, high on the wall, hanging from a single rusty rivet and pointing almost vertically towards the cobbles. It said, Watery Lane. The house did not have any window panes, but the lace curtains were yellow and hung with cobwebs. This must be the haunted house my master warned me about. The spook pulled a key from his pocket, unlocked the door, and led the way in the darkness. At first, I was just glad to be out of the drizzle, but when he lit a candle and positioned it on the floor near the middle of a small town front room, I knew that I'd be much more comfortable in the abandoned cow shed. There wasn't a single item of furniture to be seen, just a bare flagged floor and heap of dirty straw under the window. The room was damp too. The air was very dank and cold, and by the light of the flickering candle, I could see my breath steaming. What I saw was bad enough, but what he said was even worse. "Well, lad, I've got business to attend to, so I'll be off, but I'll be back later. Know what you have to do?" "No, sir," I replied, watching the flickering candle, worried that it might go out at any second. "Well, it's what I told you earlier. Weren't you listening? You need to be alert, not dreaming. Anyway, it's nothing very difficult," he explained, scratching his beard as if there was something crawling in about it. "You just have to spend the night here alone. I bring all of my new apprentices to this house on their first night, so I can find out what they're made of. Oh, but there's one thing I haven't told you. At midnight, I'll expect you to go down into the cellar and face whatever it is lurking down there. Cope with that, and you'll be on your well way to be taken on as an apprentice permanently. Any questions?" Oh, I had questions, alright, but I was too scared to hear the answers. So I just shook my head and tried to keep my top lip from trembling. How will you know when it's midnight? How will you know when it's midnight? He asked. I shrugged. I was pretty good at guessing the time from the position of the sun or the stars. And if I ever woke in the middle of the night, I almost always knew exactly what time it was. But here, I wasn't so sure. In some places, time seems to move more slowly, and I had a feeling that this old house would be one of them. Suddenly, I remembered the church clock. "It's just gone 7, I said. "I'll listen for 12 chimes. "Well, at least you're awake now," said the spook, with a weird smile. "When the clock strikes 12, take the stub of the candle and use it to find your way down to the cellar. Until then, sleep, if you can manage it. Now listen carefully. There are 3 important things you need to remember. Don't open the door for anyone, no matter how hard they knock. And don't be late going down into the cellar." He took a step towards the front door. "What's the third thing?" I called out at the very last moment. "Candle, lad. Whatever else you do, do not let it go out." Then he was gone, closing the door behind him, and I was all alone. Cautiously, I picked up the candle, walked it to the kitchen door, and peered inside. It was empty of everything but a stone sink. The back door was closed, but the wind had still sailed beneath it. The wind still wailed beneath it. There were 2 other doors on the right. One was open, and I could see the bare wooden stairs that led to the bed rooms above. The other one, that closest to me, was closed. Something about that closed door made me uneasy, but I decided to take a quick look. Nervously, I gripped the handle and tugged at the door. It was hard to shift for a moment, and I had a creepy feeling that someone was holding it closed on the other side. When I tugged even harder, it opened with a jerk, making me lose my balance, and I staggered back a couple steps and almost dropped the candle. Stone steps led down into the darkness. They were black with coal dust. They curved away to the left, so I couldn't see right down to the cellar, but a cold draught came up them, making the candle flame dance and flicker. I closed the door quickly and went back into the front room, closing the kitchen door too. I put the candle down carefully in the corner furthest away from the door and window. Once I was satisfied that it wouldn't fall over, I looked for a place on the floor where I could sleep. There wasn't much choice. I certainly wasn't sleeping on the damp straw, so I settled down in the center of the room. The flags were hard and cold, but I closed my eyes. Once asleep, I'd be away from the grim old house. I felt pretty confident that I'd wake just before midnight. Usually, I got to sleep easily, but this was different. I kept shivering with cold and the wind was beginning to rattle the window panes. There was also rustling and pattering coming from the walls. It's just mice, I kept telling myself. We were certainly used to them on the farm. But then, suddenly, there came a disturbing new sound from down below, in the depths of the dark cellar. Have you ever played Dan the Man? I have not. How are you doing, Sir Blue? Welcome, welcome, welcome. At first, it was faint, making me strain my ears, but gradually, it grew until I was in no doubt about what I could hear. Down in the cellar, something was happening that shouldn't have been happening. Someone was digging, rhythmically, turning heavy earth with a sharp metal spade. First came the grind of the metal, edge striking a stony surface, followed by a soft squelch, sucking sound as if the spade pushed deep into the heavy clay and tore it free from the earth. This went on for several minutes, until the noise stopped, as suddenly as it had begun. All was quiet. Even the mouse stopped pattering. It was as if the house and everything in it was holding their breath. I know I was. The silence ended with a resounding thump, then a whole series of thumps, definitely in rhythm. They were getting louder and louder and closer. Something was climbing up the stairs of the cellar. I snatched up the candle and shrank into the furthest corner. Nearer and nearer came the sound of heavy boots. Who could have been digging down there in the darkness? Who could have been climbing in the stairs below? Who could have been climbing the stairs now? But maybe it wasn't a question of who was climbing the stairs, but maybe of a question of what? I heard the cellar door open and the thumps of the boots in the kitchen. I pressed myself back into the corner, trying to make myself small, waiting for the kitchen door to open. And open it did, very slowly, with a loud creak. Something stepped into the room. I felt coldness then, real coldness. The kind of coldness that told me something was close that didn't belong on this earth. It was like the coldness of Hangman's Hill, only far, far worse. I lifted the candle, its flame flickering, eerie shadows, which danced up on the walls and onto the ceiling. "Who's there?" I asked. "Who's there?" My voice trembling even more than the handing holding the candle. There was no answer. Even the wind outside had fallen silent. "Who's there?" I called out. Again, no reply. But invisible boots grated on the flags as they stepped towards me. Nearer and nearer they came. And now I could hear breathing. Something big, breathing heavily. It sounded like a huge cart horse that had just pulled a heavy load up a steep hill. At the very last moment, the footsteps veered away from me and halted close to the window. I was holding my breath, and the thing by the window seemed to be breathing for both of us, drawing great gulps of air into its lungs as if it couldn't get enough. Just when I thought I couldn't stand it no more, it gave a huge sigh. It sounded weary and sad at the same time, and the invisible boots grated on the flags once more. Heavy steps that moved away from the window, back towards the door. When they began to thump their way down the cellar steps, I finally was able to breathe again.
Yo, Aqua, how you doing? How you doing, Aqua?
My heart began to slow. My hands stopped shaking, and gradually I calmed down. I had to pull myself together. I'd been scared, but if that was the worst, that was going to happen tonight. I got through it, passed my first test. I was going to be the Spooks Apprentice, so I'd have to get used to places like this haunted house. It went with the job. After about 5 minutes or so, I began to feel better. I even thought about making another attempt to go to sleep. But as my dad sometimes says, there's no rest for the wicked. Well, I didn't know what I'd done wrong, but there was a sudden new sound to disturb me. It was faint and distant at first. Someone knocking on the door. There was a pause, and then it happened again. 3 distant raps, but a little nearer this time. Another pause, and then 3 more raps. It didn't take me long to work it out. Somebody was rapping hard on each door on the streets, moving nearer and nearer to number 13. When they finally came to the haunted house, the 3 raps on the front door were loud enough to wake the dead. Would that thing in the cellar climb the stairs to answer the summons? I felt trapped between the two. Something outside wanted to get in, something below that wanted to be free. And then suddenly, it was all right. A voice called out to me from the other side of the door, a voice that I had recognized. Tom, open the door, let me in. It was Mum. I was so glad to hear her that I rushed to the front door without thinking. It was raining outside, and she'd be getting wet. Quickly, Tom, quickly. Don't keep me waiting. I was actually lifting the latch to open it when I remembered the spook's warning. Don't open the door for anyone, no matter how hard they knock. How could I leave Mum out there in the dark? Come on, Tom, let me in, the voice called again. Remembering what the spook had said, I took a deep breath and tried to think. Common sense told me that it couldn't be her. Why would she have followed me all this way? How would she have known where we were going? Mum wouldn't have traveled alone either. My dad or Jack would have come with her. No, it was something else, waiting outside. Something without hands that could still rap on the door. Something without feet that could still stand on the pavement. The knocking started to get louder. Please let me in, Tom, pleaded the voice. How can you be so hard and cruel? I'm cold, wet, and tired. Eventually, it began to cry, and then I knew for certain that it couldn't possibly be Mum. Mum was strong. Mum never cried, no matter how bad things got. After a few moments, the sounds faded and stopped altogether. I lay down on the floor and tried to sleep again.
I'll get back. Feels better soon, Aqua.
I kept turning over, first one way and then the other, but try as I might, I couldn't get to sleep. The wind began to rattle the window panes even louder, and on every hour and a half hour the church clock chimed, moving me closer to midnight. The nearer the time came for me to go down the cellar steps, the more nervous I became. I did want to pass the spook's test, but how I longed to be back in the home, in my nice, safe, warm bed. And then just after the clock had given a single chime, past 11, the digging began again. Once more, I had heard the slow thump of heavy boots coming up from the steps of the cellar. Once more the door opened, and the invisible boots stepped into the front room. By now, the only bit of me that was moving was my heart, which pounded so hard it seemed to break my ribs. But this time the boots didn't even veer towards the window. They kept coming. Thump, thump, thump. They kept coming. They were coming straight towards me. I felt myself lifted roughly by the hair and my skin at the nape of my neck. And just like a mother carries her kittens, there was an invisible arm wrapped itself around my body, pinned my arms to the sides. I tried to suck in a breath, but it was impossible. My chest was being crushed. I was being carried towards the cellar door. I couldn't see what was carrying me, but I could hear its wheezing breath, and I struggled in a panic. Because somehow I knew exactly what was going to happen. Somehow I knew why there'd been sound of digging from below. I was going to be carried down the cellar steps into the darkness, and I knew that a grave was waiting for me down there. I was going to be buried alive. I was terrified and tried to cry out, but it was worse than just being held in a tight grip. I was paralyzed. I couldn't even move. Suddenly, I was falling. I found myself on all fours staring at the open door to the cellar, just inches from the top step. In a panic, my heart thumping too fast to count the beats, I lurched to my feet and slammed the cellar door shut. Still trembling, I went back into the front room to find that one of the spook's 3 rules had already been broken. The candle, it had gone out. As I walked towards the window, a sudden flash of light illuminated the room, followed by a loud crash of thunder, and almost directly overhead. Rain squalled against the house, rattling the windows, making the front door creak and groan as if something was trying to get in. I stared out miserably for a few minutes, watching the flashes of lightning. It was a bad night, but even though lightning scared me, I would have given anything to be out there walking the streets, anything to have avoided going down into that cellar. In the distance, the church clock began to chime. I counted the chimes, and there were exactly 12. Now I had to face what was in the cellar. It was then, as lightning lit the room again, that I noticed large footprints on the floor. At first, I thought they'd been made by the spook, but they were black, as if the huge boots that made them had been covered in coal dust. They came from the direction of the kitchen floor, went almost to the window, and then turned and went back the way they came from, back into the cellar, down into the dark where I had to go. Forcing myself forward, I searched the floor with my hand, with the stub of the candle. Then I scrabbled around my small bundle of clothes. Wrapped in the center of it was a tinderbox. It was a tinderbox that Dad had given me. Fumbling in the dark, I shook the small pile of tinder out onto the floor. I used a stone and metal to strike up the sparks. I kindled that little pile of wood until it burst into the flames, just long enough to light the candle. Little had Dad known that this gift would prove so useful so soon. As I opened the cellar door, there was another flash of lightning, and suddenly a crash of thunder that shook the whole house and rumbled down the steps ahead of me. I descended into the cellar, my hands trembling, and the candle stub dancing till a strange shadow flickered against the wall. I didn't want to go down there, but if I failed the spook's test, I'd probably be on my way back home as it soon became light. Hey, Ellie. Forgot the tinderbox. Yeah, bro. That's like plot armor right there. Hope you have a good night's sleep, Ellie. Thanks so much for coming on by. Thanks so much for saying hi. Oh no, oh dear. Yeah, you can't. You already fumbled. Alright, I'm gonna keep reading. I imagined my shame at having to tell Mum what had happened. 8 steps, and I was turning the corner so that the cellar was in view. It wasn't a big cellar, but it had dark shadow in the corners that the candlelight couldn't quite reach, and there were spider webs hanging from the ceiling and frail mucky curtains. Small pieces of coal and large wooden crates were scattered across the earth floor, and there was an old wooden table next to the big beer barrel. I stepped around the beer barrel and noticed something in the far corner, something just behind some crates that scared me so much I almost struck the candle. It was a dark shape, almost like a bundle of rags, and it was making a noise, a faint rhythmical sound, like breathing. I stepped towards the rags, then another, using all my willpower to make my legs move. It was then I got so close that I could touch it, that the thing suddenly grew from a shadow on the floor. It reared up before me until it was 3 or 4 times bigger. I almost ran. It was tall, dark, hooded, and terrifying with green glittering eyes. Only then did I notice the staff that it was holding in its left hand. "What kept you?" demanded the spook. "You're nearly 5 minutes late." Whew. That is chapter 3 done. Have a nice stream, everyone. Have a good time zone. Hopping up and out. Hope you have a good night's sleep, Ellie. Thanks so much for coming on by. I really appreciate it. Now, I bet you're wondering, how the hell did the spook get into the house? I have no idea. I've read this book like 3 times, and I don't know how in the world how in the world the spook got into the house. Or maybe there was like a back door. Maybe that's what he meant. Maybe it was like a you know those like doors that lead to the cellar on like the side of houses. Maybe there was that. Maybe you run around the back. Oh yeah, like an attic, basically. Yeah, probably from the attic. Oh, my throat kind of hurts. I'm gonna have to refill my water bottle soon. I'm on chapter 4 right now. Yeah, probably the attic. Most likely. Chimney, I'm guessing? Maybe. I don't know if there's a chimney or not. But I'm glad you're liking it. Glad you're liking it so far. I love this book series so much. Alright, chapter 4 now. Chapter 4, The Letter. "I lived in this house as a child," said the spook, "and I saw things that would make your big toes curl. But I was the only one who could, and my dad used to beat me for telling lies. Something used to climb up out of the cellar. It would have been the same for you, am I right?" I nodded. "Well, it's nothing to be worried about, lad. It's just another ghost, a fragment of a troubled soul. It has gone to do better things, without leaving the bad part of himself behind. He had been stuck here forever." "What did he do?" I asked, my voice echoing back slightly from the ceiling. The spook shook his head sadly. He was a miner. He was a coal miner, whose lung was so diseased that he couldn't work anymore. He spent his days and nights coughing and struggling for breath, and his poor wife kept them both. She worked in a bakery, but sadly for both of them, she was a very pretty woman. There aren't many women you can trust, and pretty ones are the worst of all. To make it worse, he was a jealous man, and his illness made him bitter. One evening, she was very late home from work, and he kept going to the window, pacing backwards and forwards, getting more and more angry because he thought she was with another man. When she finally came in, he was in such a rage that he broke her head open with a cob of coal. Then, then he left her there, dying on the flags, and went down into the cellar to dig a grave. She was still alive when he came back, but she couldn't move, and couldn't even cry out. That's the terror that comes to us, because it's how she felt as he picked her up and buried her into the darkness of the cellar. She'd heard him digging. She knew what he was going to do. Later that night, he killed himself. It's a sad story, but although there's peace now, his ghost is still here. And so are her final memories, both strong enough to torment folks like us. We see things that others can't, which is both a blessing and a curse. It is a very useful thing in our trade, though. I shuddered. I felt sorry for the poor wife who had been murdered. I felt sorry for the coal miner who'd killed her. I even felt sorry for the spook. Imagine having to spend your childhood in a house like this. I looked down at the candle, which I'd placed in the middle of the table. It was almost burnt down, and the flame was starting to last a flickering dance. But the spook didn't show any signs of wanting to go back upstairs. I didn't like the shadow on his face. It looked as if it was gradually changing, as if he was growing a snout or something. "Do you know how I overcame my fear?" he asked. "No, sir." "One night I was so terrified that I had screamed before I could stop myself. I woke everybody up, and in a rage, my father lifted me by the scruff of my neck and carried me down the steps into the cellar. Then he got a hammer and nail and nailed the door shut behind me. I wasn't very old, probably 7 at most. I climbed back up the stairs and then, screaming fit to burst, scratched and banged at the door. But my father was a hard man and had left me all alone in the dark, and I had to stay in the house. I had to stay there for hours until long after dawn. After a bit, I calmed down, and do you know what I did then? I shook my head, trying not to look at his face. His eyes were glittering very brightly, and he looked more like a wolf than ever. I walked down the steps and sat there in the cellar in the darkness. Then I took 3 breaths, and I faced my fear. I faced the darkness itself, which is the most terrifying thing of all, especially for people like us, because things come out into the dark. They seek us with whispers and take shapes that only our eyes can see. But I did it, and when I left the cellar, the worst was over. At that moment, the candle guttered and then went out, plunging us into absolute darkness. This is it, lad. It's just you and me and the dark. Can you stand it? Are you fit to be my apprentice? His voice sounded different, sort of deeper and strange. I imagined him on all fours, wolf hair covering his face, his teeth growing longer. I was trembling and I couldn't speak until I'd taken my 3rd deep breath. Only then did I give him my answer. It was something my dad always said when he had to do something unpleasant or difficult. "Someone has to do it," I said, "so it might as well be me." The spook must have thought that was funny, because his laughter filled the whole cellar before rumbling up the stairs to meet the next peal of thunder, which was on its way down. "Nearly 15 years ago," said the spook, "a sealed letter was sent to me. It was short and to the point, and it was written in Greek. Your mother sent it. Do you know what it said?" "No," I said quietly, wondering what was coming next. "I've just given birth to a baby boy," she said, "and he's the 7th son of a 7th son. His name is Thomas J. Ward, and he is my gift to the county. When he's old enough, we'll send you the word. Train him well. He'll be the best apprentice you've ever had, and he'll also be your last." "We don't use magic, lad," said the spook, his voice hardly more than a whisper in the darkness. "The main tools of our trade are common sense, courage, and keeping an accurate records, so we can learn from the past. Above all, we do not believe in prophecy. We don't believe that the future is fixed. So if what your mother wrote out comes true, then it's because we make it true. Do you understand? There was an edge of anger in his voice, but I knew it wasn't directed at me, so I just nodded into the darkness. As for your mother's gifted county, every single one of my apprentices was the seventh son of the seventh son. So don't start thinking that you're anything special. You got a lot of study and hard work ahead of you. Family can be a nuisance, the spook went on after a pause, his voice softer and the angry gone. I've only got 2 brothers left now. One's a locksmith, and we get on alright. The other one hadn't spoken to me well for over 40 years, though he still lives here in Horseshaw. By the time we left the house, the storm had blown itself and the moon was visible. As the spook closed the front door, I noticed for the first time what had been carved there in the wood. Y.X. Gregory.
Oh. Wait, can you see that? Wait. It's the symbol right there. You see the symbol? Maybe I'll make it bigger. There we go. Hopefully that gives you an understanding. Crystal with Hajime Bonkers? Thank you so much for the follow. And Cracked Bride Dog, thanks so much for the follow as well. Thank you. I'm sorry I'm missing all these notifications. I apologize. Thank you so much for the follow. Thank you. Actually, you know what? I got a better idea. Do this. And then, where is it? Should have done this before. I will... Let's see, where is it? I have no idea where it is. Oh well. I love the maps and signs and such. Yeah, it's good, isn't it? Can't find the alerts. Let's do that. But I will make it. How do I find it? There it is. I'll make it low. I'll just put it low. I'm sorry I can't really hear the alerts. My apologies, guys. Thanks so much for the follows, by the way. Really appreciate it. Thank you. I hope you have a good day. Crystal with Hajime Bonkers and Cracked Bride Dog. Thank you.
How long until the next chapter? Oh, only. Okay. Also, how long have we been streaming for? How did I actually miss 2 follows? That's crazy. Alright. Which? The spook nodded towards it. I use signs like this to warn others who've the skill to read them, or sometimes just to jog my own memory. You'll recognize the Greek letter gamma. It's the sign of either a ghast or a ghost. The cross on the lower right is a Roman numeral for 10, which is the lowest grading of all. Anything after 6 is just a ghast. There's nothing in the house that can harm you, not if you're brave. Remember, the dark feeds on fear. Be brave, and there's nothing much a ghast can do. If only I'd known that to begin with. Oh, buck up, lad, said the spook. Your face is nearly down to your boots. Well, maybe this will cheer you up. He pulled the lump of yellow cheese out of his pocket, broke a small piece off, and handed it to me. Chew on this, he said, but don't swallow it all at once. I followed him down the cobbled street. The air was damp, but at least it wasn't raining. And to the west of the clouds looked like the lamb's wool against the sky, and and was starting to tear and break into ragged strips. We left the village and continued south, right on its edge, where the cobbled street became a muddy lane. There was a small church. It looked neglected. It looked neglected, but there were slates missing off the roof and paint peeling from the main door. We'd hardly seen anyone since leaving the house, but there was an old man standing in the doorway. His hair was white and it was lank and greasy and unkempt. His dark clothes marked him out to be a priest, but as we approached him, it was the expression on his face that really drew my attention. He was scowling at us, his face all twisted up, and then dramatically, he made a huge sign of a cross, actually standing on his tippy toes as he began stretching and forefingering his right hand as high into the sky as he could. I'd seen priests make the sign before, but never knew it was such a big, exaggerated gesture, filled with so much anger as well, an anger that would seem directly towards at us. I suppose he had some grievance with the spook, or maybe against the work he did. I knew the trade had most people nervous, but I'd never seen a reaction like that. "What's wrong with him?" I asked, when we passed the priest and safely out of earshot. "Priests?" snapped the spook, the anger sharp in his voice. "They know everything, but see nothing. And that one's worse than most. That is my brother." I'd have liked to know more, but had the sense not to question him any further. It seemed to me that there was a lot to learn about the spook and his past, but I had a feeling that those things he'd only tell me when he was good and ready. So I followed him south, carrying his heavy bag and thinking about what my mum had written in the letter. She was never one to boast or make a wild statement. Mum only said what had to be said, so she meant every single word. Usually she just got on with things and did what was necessary. The spook had told me that there was something much more that could have been done about ghasts. The spook had told me that there was nothing much you could do about ghasts, but Mum had once silenced the ghasts on Hangman's Hill. Being a seventh son of a seventh son was nothing special in this line of work. You just needed to be taken on as a Spooks Apprentice. But I knew there was something else that made me different. I was my mum's son too. Alright, I am going to fill my water bottle real quick. Guys, make sure to get some stretches in if you can. And I will be back soon. Okay? Get some water.
Alright, I feel like put dishes in the dishwasher. Yo, what's up, Dan Dan? Hey Fish, hey Volcano, how are you? I'm good. Just took a quick break, but yeah, good. We're good. We're good. How y'all doing? Drinking a lot of water today. Yeah, how are you? Whew. Okay, ready? Hey, Volcano, how are you doing? Why's my arm shake? Mid-sleep, so your string just fucked in. Oh, Gucci. Yeah, we're just reading a book right now. We're just reading, The Spooks Apprentice. It's good. It's good. Lorindy can vouch for me on that. Nice. I won't be reading for the whole stream. I think I might play some Baldur's Gate actually, like later on. But we're at 2 hours right now, so we'll see. I think we'll do one more chapter, or at least till my throat's gone. This chapter is like what? 28. It's like what? 24 pages. Should be fine. But yeah, I'm gonna start reading again. So y'all want to just sit back and relax real quick, real good, then yeah, I'll continue reading for you guys. I'll make this a weekly thing. Maybe I'll make it every like Sunday or something like that. Or maybe like, yeah, we'll see. What chapter are we on? We are on chapter 5. On chapter 5, actually. Yeah, chapter 5. I got the picture of the book here if you want to read. You want to find the book yourself. Let me just organize this real quick. But yeah, if you like fantasy, if you like thriller books, then you might like this one. You might like this. This is the book I read. This book I read like when I was like 16, 17, I think. And then there we go. 16 and 17, so yeah, I love this book series. Yeah. Ooh, got a cup of tea, do an Undertale. Have fun in Undertale, Volcano. Hands down, my favorite genre is alongside horror. Great, you might like this then. You might like this. I recommend giving it a try. Alright. That being said, guys, I'm gonna keep reading. Alright, let's do it. Chapter 5. Boggarts and Witches. We were heading towards for what the spook called his winter house. As we walked, the last of the morning clouds melted away, and I suddenly realized that there was something different about the sun. Even in the county, the sun sometimes shines in the winter, which is good because it usually means that at least it isn't raining. But then there's a time in each new year when you suddenly notice the warmth of the first time. For the first time. It's just like the return of an old friend. The spook must have been thinking of almost exactly the same thoughts as I was, because he suddenly halted in his tracks, looked at me sideways, and gave me one of his rare smiles. "This is the first day of spring, lad," he said, "so we'll go to Chippenden." It seemed an odd thing to say. Did he always go to Chippenden on the first day of the spring? And if so, why? So I asked him. Summer quarters. We winter on the edge of the Anglesark moor and spend the summer in Chippenden. I've never heard of Anglesark.
Where's that? I asked. To the far south of the county, lad. It's a place where I was born. We lived there until my father moved us to Horseshaw. Still, at least I heard of Chippenden, so that made me feel a little better. It struck me that as the Spooks Apprentice, I'd be doing a lot of traveling, and we would have to learn how to find our way about. Without further delay, we changed directions, heading northeast towards the distant hills. I didn't ask any more questions, but that night, as we sheltered in a cold barn once more, and supper was just a few more bites of the yellow cheese, my stomach began to think that my throat had been cut. I'd never been so hungry. I wondered where we'd be staying in Chippenden, and if we'd get anything like a proper meal to eat there. I didn't know anyone who had ever been there, but it was supposed to be a remote, unfriendly place somewhere in the fells. The distant grey and purple hills that were just visible from my dad's farm, they always looked like huge purple leaping beasts. But that was probably the fault of one of my uncles, who used to tell me tales like that. At night, he said they started to move, and by dawn, whole villages had sometimes disappeared from the face of the earth, crushed into the dust beneath their weight. The next morning, dark grey clouds were covering the sun once more, and it began to look as if we'd wait some time to see the second day of spring. The wind was getting up as well, tugging at our clothes as we gradually began to climb and hurling birds all over the sky. The clouds racing each other east to hide the summits of the fells. Our pace was slow, and I was grateful for that because I definitely developed a blister on each hill. So it was late in the day when we approached Chippenden. The light already beginning to fail. By then, although it was still very windy, the sky had cleared and the purple fells were sharp against the skyline. The spook hadn't talked much on the journey, but now he sounded almost excited as he called out the names of the fells one by one. There were names such as Parlick Pike, which was one of the nearest to Chippenden. Others, some visible and some hidden and distant, were called Mellor Knoll, Saddlefell, and Wolffell. When I asked my master if there was any wolves on the Wolffell, he smiled grimly. Things change rapidly here, lad, and we must always be on our guard. At the first rooftop of the village came into sight, the spook pointed to a narrow path which led away from the road to twist upwards by the side of a small gurgling stream. My house is this way, he said. It's a slightly longer route, but it means we can avoid going through the village. I like to keep my distance from the folk who live there. I prefer it that way too. I remembered what Jack had said about the spook, and my heart sank. He'd been right. It was a lonely life. He ended up working by himself. There were very few stunted trees on each bank, clinging to the hillside against the force of the wind. But then suddenly, directly ahead, was a good... Oh shit. Thank you so much for the follow, Cinnamon. Let me lower that even further. I'll lower that real quick. Okay. Thanks so much, Cinnamon Bun. How are you? That scared me too. That's usually my alarm, and it's a lot louder. Hi. Hey. Welcome. Thanks so much for the follow. Doing well, how about you? I'm doing good. We're just reading books. Like books, do feel free to join us. I got yeah. But welcome in. Thanks so much for the follow. My name's Heavy Balls. Before you even ask, yes they are. You know what? I'm gonna turn the lights off. I'm gonna go do some Overwatch games. Wish me luck. I wish you the best of luck, Volcano. Let me just mute it real quick. There we go. Sorry for screaming. You're all good.
I'm just glad you're here. Have you ever seen the Spooks Apprentice, then, or heard of it? I think they did make a movie out of it. Yeah, they did make a movie. Anyway. What was I saying? Oh yeah, I'm reading by the way. So yeah, if you like story time, then feel free to come join us. Yeah. Guys, for all the new people out there, if you do have any questions, feel free to ask one of the mods. They are lovely people, and yeah, I hope you feel welcomed here. Come join the Discord if you want. We do have a Discord as well. But yeah, I hope all the new people just feel welcomed here. I like to, you know, I'm like to get to know each one of you. So yeah, I hope you are all good and have a good day. And yeah, thanks so much for coming on by, joining me. And now I've lost my I've lost where I am in the story. Wait. Okay, we'll backtrack a bit. I remembered what Jax had said about the spook, and my heart sank. He'd been right. It was a lonely life. You ended up working by yourself. There were a few stunted trees on each bank clinging to the hillside along the force of the wind. Against the force of the wind. But then suddenly, directly ahead, was a good sycamore was a wood of sycamore and ash. As we entered, the wood died away to a just distant sigh. It was a large collection of trees, a few hundred or so maybe, that offered shelter from the buffeting wind. But after a few moments, I realized it was more than that. I noticed before from time to time how some trees are noisy, always creaking their branches and rustling their leaves, while others hardly made a sound at all. Far above, I could hear the distant breath of the wind, but within the wood, the only sounds to be heard were our boots. Everything was still. A whole wood full of trees that was so silent it made me shiver up and down my spine. It almost made me think that they were listening to us. Then we came out into the clearing, and directly ahead was a house. It was surrounded by a tall hawthorn hedge, so that it's just upper story and the roof were visible. From the chimney rose a line of white smoke. Straight up into the air it went, undisturbed until just above the trees. The wind chased it away to the east. The house and the garden, I noticed then, was sitting in a hollow in the hillside. It was just as if an obliging giant had come along and scooped away the ground with his hand. I followed the spook along the hedge until we reached a metal gate. The gate was small, no taller than my waist, and it had been painted a bright green, a job that had been completed so recently that I wondered if the paint actually had dried properly, and whether the spook would get it on his hand, which was already reaching towards the latch. Suddenly, something happened that made me catch my breath. Before the spook touched the latch, it lifted up on its own and the gate swung slowly open as if it had been moved by an invisible hand. "Thank you," I heard the spook say. The front door didn't move by itself because first it had been unlocked with a large key that the spook pulled from his pocket. It looked similar to the one he used to unlock the door to the house in Watery Lane. "Is that the same key used in Horseshaw?" I asked. "Aye, lad," he said. "My brother, the locksmith, gave this to me. It opens most locks as long as they are not too complicated. Comes in quite useful in our line of work." The door yielded with a loud creak and a deep groan, and I followed the spook into a small, gloomy hallway. There was a steep staircase to the right and a narrow flagged passage on the left. "Leave everything at the front door of the stairs," said the spook. "Come on, lad, don't dawdle. There's no time to waste. I like my food piping hot." So leaving his bag and my bundle where he said,
I followed him down the passage towards the kitchen and the appetizing smell of hot food. When we got there, I wasn't disappointed. It reminded me of my mum's cooking. Herbs were growing in the big pots on the wide window ledge, and the setting sun was dappling the room with leaf shadows. In the far corner, a huge fire was blazing, filling the room with warmth. And right at the center of the flagged floor was a large oak table. On it were 2 enormous empty plates, and at its center, 5 serving dishes piled high with food next to a jug filled to the brim with hot steaming gravy. "Sit down, tuck in, lad," invited the spook, and I didn't need to be asked twice. I helped myself to large slices of chicken and beef, hardly leaving enough room on my plate for the mound of roast potatoes and vegetables that followed. Finally, I topped it off with gravy so tasty that only my mum could have done better. I wondered where the cook was, and how'd she known that we'd be arriving just at the exact time to put out the hot food ready on the table? I was so full of questions, but I was so tired, so I saved all my energy for eating. When I finally swallowed my last mouthful, the spook had already cleared his own plate. "Enjoyed that?" he asked. I nodded, almost too full to speak. I felt sleepy. Isn't spook a slur? I don't think so. I don't think so. No. Otherwise spooky. How you doing, new gamer? After a diet of cheese, it's always good to come home to a hot meal, he said. We get well here. It makes up for the times when we're working. Google it? Nah, don't want to. I nodded again and started to yawn. There's lots to do tomorrow, so get yourself off to bed. Yours is your room. Yours is a room with a green door, and at top of the first flight of stairs, the spook told me, "Sleep well, but stay in your room and don't go wandering about during the night. You'll hear a bell ring when breakfast is ready. Go down, and as soon as you hear it, when someone's cooked good food, they may get angry if you let it go cold. But don't come down too early either, because that could be just as bad." I ain't dealing with that. What do you say? Yeah, I am not bro. If it's a slur, I am not looking for that. It's only a slur if you make it out to be. Although there are slurs which, you can't help. But like, there's a difference between not intentionally saying a slur and then just pointing it out, and actually purposely saying it. That guy just wanted to point it out. Hello, Sneezer Harley. How are you? And I've lost where I am. I've lost where I am in the story. Again. How you doing, Sneezer Harley? Welcome, welcome, welcome. Are we trying to start something? Yeah. Sorry. Why are you sorry? You're all good. Oh, because a lot. Now I'll find it. I'll backtrack a bit. But how you doing? How you doing, Sneezer Harley? Let me just check everything. I hope you guys liked the fried rice that I made today. It was so good. I got like a whole pot full. Thanks for the follow, Sneezer Harley. Ugh. You can just call me Harley if you want. I'm okay. How about you? I'm doing good. I'm not gonna lie, Harley. Drinking water and reading a story out loud feels weird. Luckily, I'm not like drinking anything carbonated. Otherwise, I'd just be burping for like ever. Yeah, my throat's starting to get a little sore. So let's see, how many pages have we got before chapter's done? Like what? See? Alright, had a good day. Thanks so much for the follow. Thank you. My name's Heavy.
Heavy balls before you even ask? Yes. Yes, they are. Also, Cinnamon, thanks so much for joining the Discord, by the way. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Who's that? Your profile pic looks like someone from, like, Genshin. But yes. Guys, I got fast Minky. Thank you, Larindi. But yes, we are currently reading something called the Spooks Apprentice. Oh, I got the picture on there, so yeah, pretty good book. It's a pretty good book. Yeah. I'll continue reading. But thanks so much for the follow. Really appreciate it. I hope you feel welcomed here. If you have any questions for the mod, feel free to ask the mods or me. And yeah, I hope you feel cozy and I hope you feel welcomed. And I think you are awesome as well, Harley. Alright. Where am I? Ah, okay. I nodded, thanked him for the meal, and went down the passage towards the front of the house. The spook's bag and my bundle had disappeared. Wondering who could have moved them, I climbed the stairs to bed. My new room turned out to be much larger than my room at home, which at one time I had to share with two of my brothers. This new room had space for a bed, a small table with a candle, a chair, and a dresser, but there was still lots of room to walk about in as well. And there on top of the dresser was my bundle of belongings were waiting. Directly opposite the door was a large sash window divided into 8 pieces of glass so thick and uneven that I couldn't see much but whirls and swirls of color from outside. The window didn't look as if it had been opened in years. The bed was pushed right up along the wall beneath it. So I pulled off my boots, kneeled up on the quilt, and tried to open the window. Although it was a bit stiff, it proved easier than it had looked. I used a stash cord to raise the bottom half of the window in a series of jerks just far enough to pop my head out the window and have a better look around. I could see a wide lawn below me, divided into a two by a path of white pebbles that disappeared into the trees. Let me just check something real quick. Cool. Above the tree line to the right were the fells. The nearest one was so close that I felt I could almost reach out and touch it. I sucked in a deep breath of cool fresh air and smelled the grass before pulling my head back inside and unwrapped my small bundle of belongings. They fitted easily into the dresser's top drawer, so as I closed it, I suddenly noticed the writing on the far wall and the shadows opposite of the foot of the bed. It was covered in names, all scrawled in black ink on the bare plaster. Some names were larger than others, as if those who'd written them thought a lot of themselves. Many were faded with time, and I wondered if there were still names of the other names of the other apprentices who'd slept in this very room. Should I add my own name, or wait until the end of the first month, when I might be taken on permanently? I didn't have a pen or ink, so it was something to think about later. But I examined the wall more closely, trying to decide which one was the recent name. I decided it was Billy Bradley. That seemed the clearest and had been squeezed into a small place that the wall filled up. For a few moments, I wondered what Billy was doing right now, but I was tired and ready for sleep. The sheets were clean and the bed inviting, so wasting no time, I undressed, and the very moment my head touched the pillow, I fell asleep. When I next opened my eyes, the sun was streaming through the window. I'd been dreaming and had suddenly woken by a noise. I thought it was probably the breakfast bell. I felt worried then. Had it really been the bell downstairs summoning me to breakfast, or a bell in my dream? How could I be sure? What was I supposed to do? It seemed that I'd be in trouble with the cook whether I went down early or late. So deciding that I probably had heard the bell
I dressed and went downstairs straight away. On my way down, I heard a clatter of pots and pans coming from the kitchen, but the moment I eased the door open, everything became deadly silent. I made a mistake then. I should have gone straight back upstairs, because it was obvious that breakfast wasn't ready. The place had been cleared away from last night's supper, but the table was still bare, and the fireplace was full of cold ashes. In fact, the kitchen was chilly, and worse than that, it seemed to be growing colder by the second. My mistake was in taking a step towards the table. No sooner had I done that, I heard something make a sound right behind me. It was an angry sound. There was no doubt about it. It was definitely hiss of anger, and it was very close to my left ear. So close, I felt the breath of it. The spook had warned me not to come down early, and I suddenly felt that I was in real danger. As soon as I entertained the thought that something hit me very hard on the back of the head. I staggered towards the door, almost losing my balance, falling headlong. I didn't need a second warning. I ran from the room and up the stairs, then halfway up I froze. There was someone standing at the top, someone tall and menacing, silhouetted against the light from the door of my room. I halted, unsure which way to go, until I was reassured by a familiar voice. It was a spook. It was the first time I'd seen him without his long black cloak. He was wearing a black tunic and grey breeches, and I could see that although he was a tall man with broad shoulders, the rest of his body was thin, probably because some days all he got was a nibble of cheese. He was like the very best farm laborers when they get older. Some, of course, just get fatter, but the majority, like the ones my dad sometimes hires or harvests now and then, most of my brothers had left home, are thin, with tough, weary bodies. Thinner means fitter, my dad always says. And now looking at the spook, I could see why he was able to walk at such a ferocious pace for so long without resting. I warned you about going down early, he said. No doubt you got your ears boxed. Let that be a lesson to you, lad. Next time it might be far worse. I thought I heard the bell, I said, but it must have been the bell of my dream. The spook laughed softly. That's one of the first and most important lessons that an apprentice has to learn. The difference between waking and dreaming. Some never learn that. He shook his head, took a step towards me, and patted me on the shoulder. Come, I'll show you around the garden. We've got to start somewhere, and it'll pass time until breakfast is ready. When the spook led me out using the back door of the house, I saw the garden was very large, much larger than it had looked from outside the hedge. We walked east, squinting into the early morning sun, until we reached the wide lawn. The previous evening, I thought that the garden was completely surrounded by a hedge, but now I'd realized I was mistaken. There were gaps in it, and directly ahead was the wood. The path of white pebbles divided the lawn and vanished into the trees. There was really more than one garden, said the spook. 3, in fact, each reached by a path like this. We'll look at the eastern garden first. It's safe enough when the sun's up. But never walk down this path after dark. Well, not unless you have a very good reason to. And certainly never when you're alone. Nervously, I followed the spook towards the trees. The grass was longer at the edge of the lawn, and it was dotted with bluebells. I liked bluebells because they were flowering in the spring and always reminded me that long hot days of summer are not too far away. But now I hardly gave them a second glance. The morning sun was hidden by the trees, and the air had suddenly got much cooler. It reminded me of my visit to the kitchen. There was something strange and dangerous about this part of the woods, though. It seemed to be getting steadily colder, and further we advanced into the trees. There were rock nests high above us, and the birds' harsh, angry cries made me shiver even more than the cold. They were about as musical as my dad, who used to start singing as we got to the end of the milking. If the milk ever went sour, my mum used to blame it on him. The spook halted and pointed to the ground, about 5 paces ahead. "What's that?" he asked, his voice hardly more than a whisper. The grass had been cleared, and in the center of the large patch of bare earth was a gravestone. It was vertical, but leaning slightly to the left. On the ground before it, 6 feet of soil were edged with smaller stones, which was unusual. But there was something else even more strange. Across the top of the patch of earth, and fastened into the outer stone by bolts, were 13 iron bars. I counted them twice just to be sure. "Well, go on, lad. I asked you a question. What is it?" My mouth was dry. I could hardly speak, but I managed to stammer out 3 words. "It's a grave." "Good, lad. Got it first time. Notice anything unusual?" I couldn't speak at all by then, but I just nodded. He smiled and patted me on the shoulder. "There's nothing to be afraid of. It's just a dead witch." Sorry, there's nothing to be afraid of. It's just a dead witch, and a pretty feeble one at that. They buried her on unhallowed ground, because a churchyard not too many miles from here. But she kept scratching her way to the surface, so I gave her a good talking to, but she wouldn't listen. So I brought it here. It makes people feel better. That way, they can get on with their lives. They don't want to think about things like this. That's our job. I nodded again, and then suddenly realized that I wasn't breathing, so I sucked in a deep lungful of air. My heart was hammering away in my chest, threatening to break at any minute. And I was trembling from head to foot. "No, she's a little troubled now," the spook continued. "Sometimes at the full moon you can hear her stirring, but she lacks the strength to get to the surface, and the iron bars will stop her anyway. But there are things far worse further off into the trees," he said, gesturing east with his bony fingers. "About another 20 paces will bring you to the spot." "Worse? What could be worse?" I wondered, but I knew he was going to tell me anyway. "There are 2 other witches. One's dead and one's alive. The dead one's buried vertically, head down. But not even then. Once or twice each year we have to straighten out the bars of her grave, just to keep well away from the dark." "Why bury her head down?" "That's a good question, lad," the spook said. "You see, the spirit of a dead witch is usually what we call bone-bound. They're trapped inside their bones, and they don't even know that they're dead. We try them first head up, and that's enough for most. All witches are different, but some are really stubborn. Still, bound to her bones, a witch likes to try hard to get back into the world. It's as if they want to be born again, so that we have to make things difficult for them and bury them the other way up. Coming out feet first isn't easy. Human babies sometimes have the same trouble, but she's still dangerous, so keep well away. Make sure you keep clear of the live one. She'd be more dangerous dead than alive, because a witch that powerful would have no trouble at all getting back into the world. That's why we keep her in a pit. Her name's Mother Malkin, and she talks to herself. It's more of a whisper, really. She's just about as evil as you can get. But she's been in a pit for a long time, and most of her powers have bled away into the earth. She'd love to get her hands on a lad like you, so stay well away. Promise me now that you won't go near them. Let me hear you say it." "I promise not to enter. I promise not to go near," I whispered, feeling uneasy about the whole thing. It seemed a terrible, cruel thing to keep a living creature, even a witch, in the ground. And I couldn't imagine my mum liking that idea that much. "That's a good lad. We don't want any more accidents like this one this morning. There are worse things than getting your ears boxed. Far worse." I believed him. I didn't want to hear but I didn't want to hear it. Still, he had other things to show me, so I spared more of his scary words. So I was spared more of his scary words. He led me out of the wood and strode towards another lawn. This is the southern garden, he said. Don't come here after dark either. The sun was quickly hidden by dense branches, and the air grew steadily cooler, so I knew we were approaching something bad. He halted about 10 paces short of a large stone, which lay flat on the ground, close to the roots of an oak tree. It covered an area a bit larger than a grave, and judging by the part that was above the ground, the stone was very thick too. What do you think's buried here? The spook asked. I tried to appear confident. Another witch? No, said the spook. You don't need as much stone as that for a witch. Iron usually does a trick, but the thing under there could slip through iron bars in the twinkling of an eye. Look closely at the stone. Can you see it? Can you see what's carved into it? Slashed B I Gregory. Wait, what's it? What's a slashed B I Gregory? Oh no, it's a slashed B1 Gregory, sorry. What is that? Anyone tell me what that is? I nodded. I recognized the letter, but I didn't know what it meant. That's the Greek letter beta, said the spook. It's the sign we use for Bogart. The diagonal line means it's been artificially bound under the stone, and the name underneath tells you who did it. Bottom right is a Roman numeral for 1. That means it's a Bogart of the first rank, and very dangerous. As I had mentioned, we use grades from 1 to 10. Remember that. One day it might save your life. A grade 10 is so weak that most folk wouldn't even notice it was there. A grade 1 can kill you. It cost me a fortune to have a stone brought here, but it was worth every penny. There's a Bogart. That's a bound Bogart now. It's artificially bound, and it'll stay there until Gabriel blows his horn. There's a lot you need to learn about Bogarts, lad, and I'm gonna start training right after breakfast. But there's one important difference between those that are bound and those that are free. A free Bogart can travel miles from its home, and if it's so inclined, it can do endless mischief. If a Bogart is particularly troublesome and won't listen to reason, then it is our job to bind it. Do it well, and it's what we call artificially bound. Then it can't move at all. Of course, it's far easier said than done. The spook frowned suddenly, as if he remembered something unpleasant. One of my apprentices got in serious trouble trying to bind a Bogart, he said, shaking his head sadly. But as it's only the first day, we won't talk about it yet. Just then, from the direction of the house, the sound of the bell could be heard in the distance. The spook smiled. Were you dreaming, or are we awake? He asked. We're awake. Are you sure? I nodded. In that case, let's go eat, he said. I'll show you the other garden when our bellies are full. That is chapter 6. You know what chapter 6 is called? A Girl with Pointy Shoes. Sir. I mean, he gets paid a lot because he deals with such like that. Mm-hmm. Should I read one more chapter? Hold on. Big Thick Daddy 69. Thanks so much for the follow. Man, I am missing these follows. Moth Moon Art. Thanks so much for the follow. Man, there's a lot of people here. There's a lot of people following. Thanks so much. I'm so sorry. Can you turn on notifications again? Alright. I'll turn it on. I apologize for missing all these alerts, by the way.
Big Thick Daddy 69 and Moth Moonas. I hope you feel welcomed here. Thanks so much for the follow. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Sorry I missed your follows, by the way. I'm sorry. I can't believe I missed that. I never miss these things. One chapter and I already like it. Oh, definitely give it a try. Definitely give it a read. Bro, we are halfway. No, we're not halfway. No, man. I'm being an idiot. Never mind. Oh. Woo! Alright. Ooh. Did you guys like the fried rice that I made, by the way? I could get some more. Maybe I'll get some later on. Get a small bowl. It looks so good. Yes, sir. Fried rice is so easy. I don't even need a recipe. I don't even need a recipe at that point. Mine where though? I got a whole pot full of fried rice. Feel free to have some. Alright. Should I read one more chapter or play Baldur's Gate? Questions. Ooh. Questions of the ages. I want the girls. Oh, you might not want this one because she is 13. I think 15. I don't know how old she is anyway. Take back my words. Yeah, I was gonna say. Okay. I'm getting hungry. Oh, what's nuts? I hope you can't hear this. Ow. Alright, one more chapter. We're like a quarter of the way through the book already. One more. One chapter. Chapter 6. Where I'm starting to nod off, so if I disappear, finally, I probably fell back to sleep. Short King leading me back to sleep. I got you, Dan Dan. I've got you. I got you, girl boss. Chapter 6. A girl with pointy shoes. The kitchen had changed since my last visit. A small fire had been made up in a grate, and 2 plates of bacon and eggs were on the table. There was freshly baked
There was a freshly baked loaf too, and a large pat of butter. Tuck in, lad, before it gets cold, invited the spook. I set to immediately, and it didn't take us long to finish off both platefuls, and eat half a loaf as well. Then the spook leaned back in his chair, tugged at his beard, and asked me an important question. Don't you think, he asked, his eyes staring straight into mine, that was the best plate of bacon and eggs you've ever tasted? I didn't agree. The breakfast had been well cooked. It was good, alright. Better than the cheese, but I tasted better. I tasted better every single morning when I lived at home. My mum was by far the best cook I'd known, but somehow I didn't think that was the answer the spook was looking for. So I told a little white lie, the kind of untruth that doesn't really do any harm and tends to make people happy for hearing it. Yeah, I said, it's the best breakfast I've ever had. And I'm sorry for coming down too early, and I promise I won't do it again. At that, the spook grinned so much that I thought his face was going to split in two. Then he clapped me on the back and led me out into the garden again. It was only when we were outside that the grin finally faded. Well done, lad. There are two things that respond well to flattery. The first is a woman, and the second is a boggart. Gets them every time. Well, I hadn't seen any signs of a woman in the kitchen, so it confirmed what I suspected, that the boggart cooked our meals. It was a surprise to say the least. Everyone thought the spook was a boggart slayer, or that he fixed them so that it couldn't get up in any mischief. Who could have thought that he'd had one cooking and cleaning for him? This is the Western Garden, said the spook. As we walked down the third path, the white pebbles crunching under our feet. It's a safe place to be, whether it's night or day. I often come here myself when I got a problem that needs thinking through. Also, Larindi, you're gonna like this boggart. I'm gonna say it. I just remembered. You are gonna like this boggart, by the way. Yeah. Particularly you. I know you are. Not because it's just a chef, but let's just say you'll love it when I read it. We passed through another gap in the hedge, and we were soon walking through the trees. I felt the difference right away. The birds were singing and the trees were swaying slightly in the morning breeze. It was a happier place. We kept walking until we came out of the trees onto the hillside with a view of the fells to our right. The sky was so clear that I could see the dry stone walls that divided the lower slopes into the fields and marked out each farmer's territory. In fact, the view extended right into the summits to the nearest fell. The spook gestured towards the wooden bench to our left. Take a pew, lad, he invited. I did as I was told and sat down. For a few moments the spook stared at me. Green eyes looked upon mine. Then he began to pace up and down in front of each bench without speaking. He was no longer looking at me, but stared into space with a vacant expression in his eyes. He thrust back his long black cloak and put his hands in his breeches pockets. Then very suddenly he sat down beside me and asked questions. How many different types of boggarts do you think there are? I hadn't a clue. I knew 2 types already, I said, the free and the bound, but I couldn't even begin to guess at the others. That's good, twice over, lad. You remember what I taught you, and you've shown yourself to be someone who doesn't make wild guesses. As there are types of people, and each one has a personality of its own. Having said that, though, there are some types that can be recognized and given a name, sometimes on account of the shape that they take, and sometimes because of the behavior and the tricks that they get up to. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a small book bound with black leather. Then he handed it to me. Here, this is yours now. Take care of it, and whatever you do not lose it. The smell of leather was very strong, and the book appeared to be brand new. It was a bit of a disappointment to open and find it full of blank pages. I suppose I'd expected it to be full of secrets of the spooks trade. But no, it seemed that I was expected to write them down because the next thing that the spook pulled was a small bottle of ink from his pocket. Prepare to take notes, he said, standing up and beginning to pace back and forth in front of the bench again. And be careful not to spill the ink, lad. It doesn't dribble from a cow's udder. I managed to uncork the bottle, and very carefully I dipped the nib of the pen into it and opened the notebook at the first page. The spook had already begun the lesson, and he was talking very fast. Firstly, there are hairy boggarts, which take the shape of animals. Most are dogs, but there are almost as many cats, and the odd goat or two. But don't forget to include horses as well. They can be very tricky, and whatever their shape, hairy boggarts can be divided up into 4, which are hostile, friendly, or somewhere in between. There are also hole knockers, which sometimes develop into stone chuckers, which can be very angry when provoked. One of the nastiest types of all is the cattle ripper, because it's just a partial to human blood. But don't run away with the idea that we spooks should deal with the boggarts, because the unquieted dead are never far away. Then, to make things worse, witches are a real problem in the county. We don't have any local witches to worry about now. But to the east, near Pendle Hill, a real menace, and they are a real menace. And remember, not all witches are the same. They fall into 4 rough categories: the malevolent, the benign, I don't know, the falsely accused, and the unaware. By now, as you might have guessed, I was in real trouble. To begin with, he was talking so fast I hadn't managed to write down a single word. Secondly, I didn't even know all the big words he was using. However, just as then, he paused. I think he must have noticed the dazed expression on my face. "What's the problem, lad?" he asked. "Come on, spit it out. Don't be afraid to ask questions." "I don't understand at all about witches," I said. "I don't know what a malevolent means, or benignos either." Malevolent means evil, he explained. Benign means good. An unaware witch means a witch who doesn't know she's a witch. And because she's a woman, that makes her double trouble. Never trust a woman, said the spook. Hey, yo. My mother's an angry woman, I said. No, my mother's a woman, I said, suddenly feeling a little angry, and I trust her. Mothers usually are women, said the spook. And mothers are quite trustworthy, as long as you're their son. Otherwise, look out. I had a mother once, and I trusted her, so I remember that feeling well. Do you like girls? He asked suddenly. I don't really know any girls, I admitted. I don't have any sisters. Well, in that case, you could easily fall victim to their tricks, so watch out for the village girls, especially any who wear pointed shoes. Jot that down. It's a good place to start at any. I wondered what was so terrible about wearing pointy shoes. I knew my mum wouldn't be happy with what the spook had just said. She believed you should take people as you find them, not just depend on someone else's opinion. Still, what choice did I have? So at the top of the first page, I wrote down village girls with pointy shoes. Damn, who broke up with him and made him this angry? That's for a book down the line. He watched me write, then asked for the book and pen. No, he watched me write, then asked for the book and pen. Look, he said, you're going to have to take notes faster than that. There's a lot to learn, and you'll have filled a dozen notebooks before long. But for now, 3 or 4 headings will be enough to get you started. He then wrote Harry Boggarts at the top of the first page, at the top of page 2, then Hole Knockers at the top of page 3, then finally Witches at the top of page 4. There, he said. That's all you got. That's got you started. Just write anything you learned today under one of those 4 headings. But now for something more urgent. We need provisions. So go down to the village or we'll go hungry tomorrow. Even the best cook can't cook without provisions. Remember that everything goes inside my sack. The butcher has it, so go there first. Just ask for Mr. Gregory's order. He gave me a small silver coin, warning me not to lose any change, then sent me off down the hill. Oh, hello, Werner. Renra? Thanks so much for the follow. Very funny. How you doing? Thanks so much for the follow. Thank you. Where am I? Gave me a small silver coin, warning me not to lose my change, then sent me off down the hill to the quickest route to the village. When Jonathan? I think? Yeah. What's up? Phil. What's up, Phil? What's up, Philip? How you doing? Welcome. Can we call you Ra? Call him Ra. He's like Ra. How are you, Winra? When, Jesus Christ. What? How are you doing, Winra? Nice to meet you. My name's Heavy Bowls. Before you even ask, yes, they are. Hope you're doing good. Hope you're doing very good. Welcome. And I lost where I was again. Damn it. Every time I look away, I lose where I am. I really feel bad for all the followers I missed. I'm so sorry for all the followers I missed. I didn't mean it. Alright, where did I go? Here it is. Soon I was walking through the trees again, until at last I reached a stile that brought me into a steep, narrow lane. 100 or so paces further, I turned a corner and the grey slates of Chippenden roofs came into view. The village was larger than I expected. There were at least 100 cottages, then a pub, a schoolhouse, and a big church with a bell tower. There was no sign of a market square, but the cobbled main street, which slopes quite steeply, was full of women with loaded baskets going in and around out of the shops. Oh, I've been fine, just woke up. Oh yeah, I hope you had a good sleep when you're up. Did you have a good sleep? Got anything special to do today? Enjoy your Sunday morning? Horses and carts were waiting on both sides of the street, so it was clear that the local farmers' wives came here to shop, and no doubt also folk from hamlets nearby. Also, yeah, if you have any questions, by the way, feel free to ask one of the mods or me. They're the best mods in the business. So yeah, I hope you feel welcomed here. We're just reading the Spooks Apprentice. If you like story time, then feel free to just, chill with us as I read you a book. I mean, it's 6 a.m. over here right now. I've got a full day of chores to do. And I hope good luck on your chores. Remember to wear some headphones and some music. It'll help you get through these things faster. Yes, I hope you enjoy your time here. Thanks again for the follow. I really appreciate it. And yeah, I hope you feel welcome here. I hope you have a chill time here. I hope you like story time. And yeah, my name's Heavy Bowls. And before you even ask, yes, I are. I am a Boba VTuber who is reading books, streams story-based games, and yeah, just chill and have a good time. I hope you have a good day today, Winra. Good luck with your chores. You're gonna do awesome. I Don't doubt that, and don't doubt. No doubt. You got this. Alright. Let's just catch up. Oh my god. Slanish Gok, thanks so much for the follow. Thank you, thank you, thank you. How are you doing? Heavy's an ultra cute. No. When I don't agree with Lauren D, I'm not. How you doing? How you doing, Slanesh? Am I pronouncing it right? Slanesh, thank you so much for the follow. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I also, too, also list. What is it? Yeah, I hope you feel welcome to hit 2. Slanesh the Gok. Oh, Goddess of Chaos. Oh. Yo, Spice, how you doing? You okay, Spice? Hope you're doing well. Thanks so much for the luck. Oh, okay. Nice to meet you, Slanesh. Nice to meet you, Inra. I hope you have a good time here. Yeah, if you like story time, we're just reading some story time, so yeah, just sit back and relax. Hope your day's been good, Slanesh. Alright. Also, yeah, come join the Discord as well if you want to see more of me. I still have to organize, I might organize my next week's stream schedule tomorrow. No, today. I have to do it after stream. But I'll probably stream tomorrow as well. Yeah. Hope you feel welcome here. Thank you all for the follow. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Okay. Alright, enough of it. Okay, we're reading. So yeah, grab some breakfast or snacks, or a blanket, and then yeah, feel free to listen on. Yeah. I'm okay. How's your reading? Reading's good. My throat's a bit sore because I've been reading for like 3 hours. But I am reading. It's probably sore because I keep beginning to drink. I'm almost went through. This is my 3rd bottle today. Alright. Okay, time to read. Yeah, but I hope you have a good day. Get some rest first, and yeah, I will. What about you? Are you doing okay? Are you doing alright? Who joined the Discord? Which one of y'all joined the Discord? Oh, Winra, thanks so much for joining the Discord. Also, Slan, thanks so much for joining the Discord. Thank you. I hope you have a chill time here. Oh yeah, I got movie night to... I got movie night to organize as well. What's oh, I'll do it next week. But yeah. Nope. No, doing okay. You're doing okay? Or is it yeah or no? I have no idea, I'm sorry. I just woke up and I'm stalling for work. Oh god. Hey, I wish you good luck with work. Oh god, no. That sucks, by the way. I'm so sorry to hear that. Like, with what happened yesterday. Oh, my throat. Yeah, health comes first too. Nah, don't worry about me. I'm a tough cookie. I'm a tough cookie with heavy balls, yo. Oh, my back. I need a pot. Nah, I don't need this. Ads? I chill. Let me know when you come back, Slan. Oh. Let's take a look at this. I stopped smoking yesterday and having trouble. Need some encouragement. Hey, look at you taking the first steps already. I'm glad you're taking first steps to fix your health. You got this. I believe you can do it. The first step is the hardest.
honestly, to stop a bad habit like that, I take some balls. So you've already got some balls. You got to keep at it. I wish you the best. You got this, all right? You got this. I believe in you. Tried several times. This time, it's gonna work, Slad. It's gonna work this time. Trust me. All right? Gotta keep at it. And no matter how many times you fail, you gotta keep trying. You gotta keep doing it. You gotta keep doing it. All right? You got this. Yes, I believe in you. Think about the goal ahead. Think about the goal. Think about that goal of being healthier, of like being able to breathe properly again without having to cough. You know, think about that. Think how good that's gonna be when you take in a big breath of fresh air and you can process that. Think about that. And again, wish you luck. Wish you luck. It's a long journey, but you got this. Hey Ginger Fox, how are you? You're all good. Hey, I wish you all the best, Slan. You got this, for real. I believe in you. No. Ah, you got this. I need you been Ginger Fox. I'm taking a break from reading for some reason. I don't know. What's with that look for, man? Great. I was so looks so soulless, but that's funny. It's okay, got everything sorted out and we're good for now. I hope so. You got this too, Spice. I believe in you too. Like I'm gonna sleep hard tonight. Hey yo. Hey, you deserve it. You deserve it, Warren. Wenra. Why do I call you Warren? Wenra. You deserve it. But yeah. We're just reading book now. Ginger Fox. I hope you had a good day today, Ginger Fox. Resident Evil? Hey yo. No, I call you Warren. I call you Warren. Hey Mario, welcome back. How are you? Don't you like it when you're like chilling, talking, encouraging people, and then there's like this wolf that's just like giving you death stares right now? It's great. I want something a bit more creepier. Haunted crypt? Let's see. Oh! That sounds great. The Warren, my name is short for rapper. Oh yeah. Like clean film rapper? My shift got cancelled until 3 p.m. My boss literally texted me and I was about to walk out of my house. Hey, is that no work today? Alright. I am going to read again. So let me just put this lower. Gonna read again. Guys, grab something to eat. Come chill with me. And I'll read you until the chapter's done. How long will take a chapter? How long is this chapter? That is a lot of pages. Okay. Right. Maybe looking good. Nice little luck, Maru. Alright, let's do it again. Horses and carts were waiting on both sides of the streets, so it was clear the local farmers' wives were here to shop, and no doubt also folks from the hamlets nearby. I found the butcher's shop without any trouble.
and joined a queue of boisterous women, all calling out the butcher, a cheerful, big, red-faced man with a ginger beard. He seemed to know every single one of them by name, and they kept laughing loudly at his jokes, which came thick and fast. I didn't even understand most of them, but the women certainly did, and they really seemed to be enjoying themselves. Nobody paid me much attention, but at least I reached to the counter. But at last I reached the counter, and it was my turn to be served. I called out for called for Mr. Gregory's order. I called the butcher. As soon as I had spoken, the shop became dead quiet, and the laughter stopped. The butcher reached behind the counter and pulled out a large sack. I could hear people whispering behind me, but even straining my ears, I couldn't quite catch what they were saying. When I glanced behind, they were all looking everywhere but at me. I hear you turn up. Did I turn it up? I will turn it lower. Now I'll turn myself up. There we go. Closer. I could hear people whispering behind me, but even straining my ears, I couldn't quite catch what they were saying. When I glanced behind, they were looking everywhere but at me. Some were even staring down at the floor. I gave the butcher the silver coin, checked my change carefully, thanked him, and carried the sack out of the shop, swinging it up on my shoulder. When I reached the street, the visitors of greengrocers took no time at all. The provisions there were already wrapped up, so I put the parcel in the sack, which was now starting to feel a bit heavy. Yo, laddie, how you doing? Welcome. How are you, laddie? Until then, everything had gone well, but as soon as I went into the baker's, I saw a gang of lads. There were 7 or 8 of them sitting on the garden wall. Nothing odd about that, except for the fact that they weren't speaking to each other. They were all busy staring at me with hungry faces, like a pack of wolves watching every step as I took an approach to the baker's. Melting hot Filipino weather. Oh, I do not envy you at all. I heard you're getting cooked alive in there. Are you working today, laddie? I peek you sitting. Aw. Cute. At this point, you can right neck on the sidewalk. Oh, dude, I want to do that next summer. I'm not working today, just chilling at home. Oh, yeah. Play some games. Play some Ever Crisis. Alright. When I came out of the shop, they were still there, and now as I began to climb the hill, they started to follow me. Well, although it wasn't too much of a coincidence to think that they just decided to go up the same hill. I wasn't worried. 6 brothers had given me plenty of practice in fighting. I heard the sound of their boots getting closer and closer. They were catching up with me pretty quickly, but maybe that was because I was walking slower and slower. They were catching up and with me. You see, I didn't want them to think I was scared, and in any case, the sack was heavy, and the hill I was climbing was very steep. They caught up with me about a dozen paces before the stile. Just at that point, where the lanes divided a small wood, the trees crowding in on either side to shut out the morning sun. Open the sack, let's see what you got, said the voice behind me. It was a loud, deep voice accustomed to telling people what to do. There was a hard edge of danger that told me its owner liked to cause pain and was always looking out for the next victim. Are you gonna go to sleep? Hey, if you need the extra sleep, then feel free to do so. But I hope you have a fun time, laddie, as well. Getting chilled. Chilling. In the heat, ironically. I turned to face him, but gripped the sack even tighter, keeping it firmly on my shoulder. The one who'd spoken was the leader of the gang. There was no doubt about that. The rest of them had thin, pinched faces, as if they were in need of a good meal. But he looked as if he'd been eating for all of them. He was at least a head taller than me, with broad shoulders and the neck like a bull's. His face was broad too, with red cheeks, but his eyes were very small and he didn't seem to blink at all. I suppose if he hadn't been there and hadn't tried to bully me, I might have relented. After all, some of the boys looked half-starved and there were a lot of apples and cakes in the sack. On the other hand, they weren't mine to give away. This doesn't belong to me, I said. It belongs to Mr. Gregory. His last apprentice didn't let that bother him, said the leader, moving his face closer to mine. He used to open the sack for us. If you have any sense, you'll do the same. If you won't do it the easy way, then it'll have to be the hard way. But you won't like that very much, and all will come down to the same thing in the end. The gang began to move in closer, and I could feel someone behind me tugging at the sack. Even then, I wouldn't let go, and I stared back into the piggy eyes of the leader, trying hard not to blink. At that moment, something happened that took us all by surprise. There was movement in the trees, somewhere to my right, and we all turned towards it. There was a dark slope in the shadows, and as my eyes adjusted to the gloom, I saw that it was a girl. She was moving slowly towards us, but her approach was so silent that you could have heard a pin drop, and so smooth that she seemed to be floating rather than walking. Then she stopped just on the edge of the tree shadows, as if she didn't want to step into the sunlight. "Why'd you leave him be?" she said, in a demand. It seemed like a question, but the tone of the voice told me that it was a command. "What's it to you?" asked the leader of the gang, jutting his chin forwards and bunching his fist. "Ain't me you need to worry about," she answered from the shadows. "Lizzie's back, and if you don't do what I say, I'll tell her it's her you'll have to answer to." "Lizzie?" asked the lad, taking a step backwards. "Funny Lizzie. She's my aunt. And don't tell me you ain't heard of her." Have you ever felt time slow so much that it almost appeared to stop? Ever listened to a clock when the next tick seems to be taking forever to follow the last talk? Well, it was just like that, until, very suddenly, the girl hissed loudly through her clenched teeth. Then she spoke again. "Go on! Be off with you! Be gone! Be quick or be dead!" The effect of the gang was immediate. I glimpsed the expression of their faces and saw that they weren't just afraid. They were terrified, and close to a panic. Their leader turned on his heels and immediately fled down the hill, and the others close behind him. I didn't know why they were so scared, but I felt like running too. The girl was staring at me with wide eyes, and I didn't feel able to control my limbs properly. I felt like a mouse paralyzed by the stare of a stork about to pounce at any moment. I forced my left foot to move and slowly turned my body towards the trees to follow the direction my nose was pointing. But I was still gripping the spook's sack. Whoever she was, I still wasn't going to give it up. Runa Tuna, thanks so much for the follow. Why do they have to say sack? Why just say bag? Why am I saying bag? Thanks so much for the follow, Runa Tuna. Who gets such a soothing voice? That's surprising. Well, thanks so much for the follow, I really appreciate it. My name's Heavy Balls, before even asked. Yes. Yes, they are. Very nice to meet you. Yeah. Wow, a lot of people here like book reading. I guess you like books. Interesting. Maybe I might read another chapter. I didn't know why there was... Oh, where am I at? Oh. I forced my left foot to move and slowly turned my body towards the trees to follow the direction my nose was pointing, but I'm still gripping the spook's bag. Whoever she was, I wasn't going to give it up. Ain't you gonna run as well? She asked me. I shook my head, but my mouth was very dry, and I couldn't trust myself to try and speak. I knew the words would come out wrong. She was probably about my own age, if anything, slightly younger. Her face was nice enough, though. Her face was nice enough, for she had large brown eyes. Her cheekbones were long. Her cheekbones and long black hair. High cheekbones and long black hair. She wore a black dress tied tightly at the waist, with a piece of white string. But as I took this all in, I suddenly noticed something that troubled me. So basically, she looks like Wednesday Addams, I guess. The girl was wearing pointy shoes. Oh shit. The girl was wearing pointy shoes, and immediately I remembered the spook's warning. But I stood my ground, determined not to run like the others. Aren't you gonna thank me? She asked. Be nice to get some thanks. Thanks, I said lamely, just managing to get the word out of the first time. Well, that's a start. But to thank me properly, you need to give me something in return, don't you? A cake and an apple will do for now. It ain't much to ask. There's plenty in the sack for old Gregory. For old Gregory won't notice, and if he does, he won't say anything. I was shocked to hear her call the spook old Gregory. I know he wouldn't like to be called that, and it told me two things. Firstly, the girl had a little respect for him, and second, she wasn't the least bit afraid of him. Back where I came from, most people shivered even at the thought of the spook being in the neighborhood. I'm sorry, he said, but I can't do that. They're not mine to give. She glared at me hard, and then didn't speak for a long time. I thought at one point that she was going to hiss at me through her teeth. I stared back at her, trying not to blink, until at least a faint smile lit up her face, and she spoke again. Well, then I have to settle for a promise. A promise? I asked, wondering what she meant. A promise to help. A promise to help me just as I helped you. I don't need any help right now, but perhaps one day I might. That's fine, I told her. If you ever need any help in the future, just ask. What's your name? She asked, giving me a really broad smile. Tom Ward. Well, my name's Alice, and I live yonder, she said, pointing back through the trees. I'm Bonnie Lizzie's favorite niece. Bonnie Lizzie was a strange name, but it would have been rude to mention it. Whoever she was, her name had been enough to scare the village lads. That was the end of our conversation. We both turned away and gone our separate ways. But as we walked away, Alice called over her shoulder, Take care now. You don't want to end up like old Gregory's last apprentice. What happened to him? I asked. That ass old Gregory, she shouted as she disappeared back into the trees. When I got back, the spook checked the contents of the sack, carefully ticking things off on the list. Did you have any trouble down in the village? He asked. Some lads followed me up the hill and asked me to open the sack, but I told them no. That was very brave of you, said the spook. Next time, it wouldn't do any harm to let them have a few apples and cakes. Life's hard enough as it is, but some of it comes from very poor families. I always order extra in case they ask for some more. I felt annoyed then. If only had told me that in advance. I didn't like to do it without asking you first, I said. The spook raised his eyebrows. Did you want to give them apples and cakes? I don't like to be bullied, I said, but some of them did look really hungry. Then next time, trust your instincts and use your initiative, said the spook. Trust the voice inside you. It's rarely wrong. A spook depends a lot on it because it sometimes means the difference between life and death. So that's another thing we need to find out about you, whether or not your instincts can be relied on. He paused, staring hard at me, his eyes searching my face. Any trouble with girls? He asked suddenly. It was because I was still annoyed that I didn't give a straight answer. No trouble, I asked. It wasn't a lie, because Alice had helped me. Wait, what's this fanfics? Oh, wait. I forgot. Boom, there we go. Sorry. I forgot I had that up. What's up, Gotsu? Nah, it's a book called The Spooks Apprentice. But no one knew that. Why did I get rid of it? Oh, because it's a wolf. Gotsu? Nice to meet you, Gosu. How you doing?
It's gonna hurt. How you doing, Gosu? Nice to meet you. Chill as fuck stream fast, eh? I like how you say that, but then you just hear these eerie music behind you. Oh, thank you so much for the follow. Yeah. Oh yeah, chill stream with like haunting forest ambience behind you. Thanks so much for the follow. I really appreciate it. Hope you're having a good day, Gosu. We're a tuna. We're a tuna. Thanks so much for following Twitter, by the way. Okay. I've already gone through my third bottle already. I'll read one more chapter after this. Yeah, really, very nice to meet you. My name's Heavy Bowls. Before you even ask, yes, I are. We're just reading the Spooks Apprentice. It's a childhood favorite of mine. It's like exorcism and ghouls and police, basically. That's how I describe it. It's like Ghostbusters, except it feels in like the Middle Ages, kind of. But yeah, if you like book reading, if you like chill streams, then feel free to chill with me as I'm reading books. I'll probably read one more chapter after this. I have been reading for what, 3.5 hours. My throat can only take so much. That's what she said. And yeah, I'll continue reading. It wasn't a lie because Alice had helped me, which was the opposite of trouble. Still, I knew he really meant had I met any girls I knew I shouldn't have. And I knew I should have told him earlier, especially with her wearing pointy shoes. I made lots of mistakes as an apprentice, and that was my second serious one, not telling the spook the whole truth. The first was even more serious. One was making a promise to Alice. Holy fairs. Soon. Alright, last chapter. Chapter 7. How many chapters are there? Not nothing. 109. 123. No, wait, no. 23 pages. Sorry. Not my phone dying on me. No! Go get a charger. No. You're gonna miss chapter 7. It's the best part. I forgot chapter 7. Chapter 7. Someone has to do it. Yeah. After that, my life settled into a busy routine. The spook taught me fast and made me write until my wrist ached and my eyes stung. One afternoon, he took me to the far end of the village, beyond the last stone cottage, to a small circle of willow trees, which is called Withy Trees. In the county. I'm running to it right now. Let's do it. I believe in you. You can do it. It was a gloomy spot, and there, hanging from a branch, was a rope. I looked up and saw a big brass bell. When someone needs help, said the spook, they don't have to come up to their house. Nobody comes unless they're invited. I'm strict about that. They come down here and ring the bell. Then we go to them. The trouble was that even after weeks had gone by, nobody came to ring the bell, and I only ever wanted to go further than the western garden when it was time to fetch the weekly provisions from the village. I was lonely too, missing my family. Oh my god. Big flopper the one. Thanks so much for the follow. Thank you. I hope you're doing well. Thanks so much for the follow. Appreciate it. Nice heavy balls. What you ask? Yes, they are. Very nice to meet you, big flopper the one. Alright, back to reading. Oh yeah, by the way, for all the new people out there, if you have any questions, feel free to ask my mod. Yeah, come chill with us as I'm reading books, and yeah, okay. I go
I'll go read again. Okay. Yeah. Alright, back to reading. I was lonely too, missing my family, so it was a good job the spook kept me busy. That meant I didn't have time to dwell on it. I always went to bed tired and fell asleep as soon as my head hit the pillow. The lessons were the most interesting part of each day, but I didn't learn much about the ghosts, or witches. The spook had told me that the main topic of the apprentice first year was boggarts, together with such subjects as botany, which meant learning all the plants, some of which were really useful as medicines or could be eaten if you had no other food source. But my lessons weren't just writing. Some of the work was just as hard and physical as anything I'd done back home on our farm. It started on a warm, sunny morning when the spook told me to put away my notebook and led me towards the southern garden. He gave me 2 things to carry, a spade and a long measuring rod. 3 boggarts traveling down lays, he explained. 3 boggarts travel down lays, he explained. But sometimes something goes wrong. It could be the result of a storm or maybe an earthquake in the county. There hasn't been a serious earthquake in living memory, but that doesn't matter, because lays are all interconnected, and something happens to one, even 1,000 miles away, can disturb all the others. The boggarts get stuck in the same place for years, and we call them naturally bound. Often they can't move more than a few dozen paces in any direction, and they cause little trouble. Not unless you happen to get too close to one. Sometimes, though, they can get stuck into awkward places, close to a house or even inside one. Then you might need to move the boggart from there and artificially bind it elsewhere. I have exams this week. Pray for me. You got this. I believe in you, Winra. Good luck with your exams. Make sure to study after doing your chores, yeah? Also, Big Flopper, how are you doing, by the way? I wish you luck for your exams, by the way. Oh. What's a lay? I asked. Not everybody agrees, lad, he told me. Some think they're just ancient paths that crisscross the land, paths our forefathers walked in ancient times, when men were real men and darkness knew its place. Health was better, lives were longer, and everyone was happy and content. What happened? Ice moved down from the north and the earth grew cold for thousands of years, the spook mentioned. It was so difficult to survive, the men forgot everything they'd learned. The old knowledge was unimportant. Keeping warm and eating was all that mattered. When the ice finally packed away, the survivors were hunters dressed in animal skins. They'd forgotten how to grow crops and husband animals. Darkness was all powerful. Well, it's better now, although we still have a long way to go. All that's left of those times are the lays. But the truth is they're much more than just paths. Lays are lines of power far beneath the earth. Secret invisible roads that free boggers can use to travel at great speed. It's these free boggers that cause the most trouble. When they set up home in a new location, often they are not welcome. Not being welcome makes them angry. They play tricks, sometimes dangerous tricks, and that means work for us. They just need to be artificially bound to a pit, just like that one you're going to dig now. This is a good space. This is a good place, he said, pointing at the ground near a big, ancient oak tree. I think there should be enough space between the roots. The spook gave me a measuring rod so that I could make the pit exactly 6 feet long, 6 feet deep, and then 3 feet wide. Even in the shade, it was too warm to be digging, and it took me hours and hours to get it right because the spook was a perfectionist. After digging the pit, I had to prepare a smelly mixture of salt, iron fillings, and a special sort of glue made from bones. Salt can burn a boggart, said the spook. Iron can Iron on the other hand, Earth thinks. Just as lightning finds its way to the Earth and loses its power, iron can sometimes bleed away the strength and substances of things that haunt in the dark. It can be the end. It could end the mischief and troublesome boggarts. Used together, salt and iron form a barrier that a boggart can't cross. In fact, salt and iron can be useful in a lot of situations. After stirring up the mixture and mixing it into a big metal bucket, I use a big brush to line the inside of the pit. It was like painting, but harder work. Yo, Keishin, good morning. Morning, Keishin, how are you? Oh, my fuck. Doing a thorough job, lad, said the spook. The boggart can escape a hole no bigger than a pinhead. Of course, as soon as the pit was completed to the spook's satisfaction, I had to fill it and begin again. He had me digging 2 practice pits a week, which was hard, sweaty work and took up a lot of my time. It was a bit scary too because I was working near pits that contained real boggarts. And even in daylight, it was a creepy place. I noticed that the spook never went too far away though, and he always seemed watchful and alert, telling me you can never take chances with boggarts even when they are bound. The spook also told me that I need to know every inch of the county, all of its towns and villages, and the quickest routes between the 2 points. The trouble was that although the spook said that he had lots of maps upstairs in his library, it seemed I've always had to do things the hard way. So he started me off by making me draw a map of my own. At its center was his house, the gardens, and it had included the village and the nearest of the fells. The idea was that it would gradually get bigger and include more and more of the surrounding countryside, but drawing it wasn't my strong point. As I said, the spook was a perfectionist, and the map took a long time to grow. It was only then that he started to show me his own maps. But he made me spend more time carefully folding them up afterwards and actually studying them. I also began to keep a diary. The spook gave me another notebook for this, telling me for the upteenth time that I needed to record the past so I could learn from it. I didn't write in it every day though. Sometimes I was too tired, and sometimes my wrist was aching too much from scribbling at speed in my other notebook while trying to keep up with that of the spook. Have I ready to lock in? Lock in? Hell yeah. Man. I hope you had a good sleep though. Oh my god. I'm 14, boy. I'm kidding. That's crazy. We're almost halfway. Almost halfway to our next milestone. That is nuts. I haven't even started the celebration stream yet. You guys are nuts. Oh my god. I'm getting sleepy. Woo! Sorry. Yeah, I'll try my best. You got this one, right? What kind of exam is it? Is it like a math exam or? Are you in college at the moment, Winra? Yes. Oh my god, wait. Slan, you got cats, by the way? Oh no, I'm still in high school. Oh, gotcha. Shit. Oh no. Have you got cats, Slan? Oh.
me just... I do have 3. Oh my gosh, bro, we love cats. We love cats in our Discord server, so if you have any pictures, feel free to post them. Bro. Cats, I said... Psst, 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 psst. The cats speak the water sprinkler. We love cats in our Discord server, so if you have any cat photos, feel free to post them. How about you, Ziggy? You have any, like, pets or... I want a cat so bad, though. I want a cat so bad. I really shouldn't be eating sweets while I'm reading. But I am. So fuck y'all. Oh my god, I keep... Yeah, I have one cat. What you eating? It's called pods. It's good. I'll put a picture of it later on. But US history, geometry, algebra, reading, and other exams I forgot about. Oh god, kill me now. I'm not even doing that and I want to die. Oh shit. Oh, that's... Bro, you got this. You got this. I'm not jealous of you, but you got this. I've had cats, dogs in my whole life. I had 2 boys that loved them with all my heart and soul. One of them was called Ziggy, and he was my best boy. Oh. I'm sure he was. I'm sure he was Ziggy. Is that why you call yourself Ziggy? I just suck at algebra. Math sucks. Whoever made math, can you like cancel them? Let's do it. Let's do it. Okay. I'm ready. No, I'm not ready. Let me just rest up a bit. I'm ready now. Okay. Then one morning at breakfast, when I'd been staying with a spook for just 1 month, he asked, "What do you think so far, lad?" I wondered if he was talking about the breakfast. Perhaps there'd be a second course to make up for the bacon, which had been a bit burned that morning. So I just shrugged. I didn't want to offend the boggart, which was probably listening. "Well, it's a hard job, and I wouldn't blame you for deciding to give it up now," he said. After the first month passed, I always give each new apprentice the chance to go home and think about the decision very carefully, about whether he wants to carry on or not. Would you like to do the same? I did my best not to seem too eager, but I couldn't keep the smile off my face. The trouble was, the more I smiled, the more miserable the spook looked. I got the feeling that he wanted me to stay, but I couldn't wait to be off. The thought of seeing my family again and getting to taste Mom's cooking seemed a little like a dream. I'm the years ago and had to... I'm the... Oh... That sucks. Sorry to hear that, Ziggy. No, but for real, good luck at your exams, by the way, Winra. You got this. I believe in you. Let me know when you get A grades, okay? Let me know when you get like awesome grades, Winra. But yeah, I'm sorry to hear that, by the way, Ziggy. That sucks. That must suck. Yeah. No. Where was I? Ah, here it is. I left home within the hour. "You're a brave lad, and your wits are sharp," he said to me at the gate. "You've passed your month's trial, so you can tell your dad that. If you want to carry on, I'll be visiting him in the autumn to collect my 10 guineas. You've the makings of a good apprentice, but it's up to you, lad. If you don't come back, then I'll know you've decided against it. Otherwise, I'll expect you back within a week. Then I'll give you 5 years training, and I'll make you almost as good a job as I am."
I set off for home with a light heart. You see, I didn't want to tell the spook, but the moment he said he'd give me the chance to go home and never come back, I'd already made up my mind to do just that. It was a terrible job. From what the spook had told me, apart from the loneliness, it was dangerous and terrifying. Nobody really cared whether you lived or died. They just wanted you to get rid of whatever was plaguing. You're all fine. You're all fine. And stay strong, Ziggy. Maybe there'll be a Ziggy point 2. Maybe someday down the line. Is that Shota? It is. Sweet. Well, you got this. What was I up to? But didn't think for a second about what it might cost you. The spook had described how he'd once been half killed by a bug-out. It had been changed in the blink of an eye, from a hole knocker to a stone chucker, and nearly killed him with a rock as big as a blacksmith's fist. He said that he hadn't been paid yet, but expected the money to come next spring. Well, next spring was a long time off, so what good was that? As I set off home, it seemed to me that I'd better off working at the farm. The trouble was, it was nearly 2 days' journey, and walking gave me a lot of time to think. I remembered how bored I'd sometimes be on the farm. Could I really put up with working there for the rest of my life? Next, I started to think about what Mum would say. She'd been really set on me being the Spooks Apprentice. And if I stopped, I'd really let her down. So the hardest part would be telling her and watching her reaction. By nightfall, on the first day of the journey home, I finished all the cheese the spook had given me for the trip. So the next day, I had only stopped once to bathe my feet in the stream, reaching home just before the evening milking. As I opened the gate to the yard, Dad was heading for the cowshed. When he saw me, his face lit up with a broad smile. I offered to help with the milking so we could talk, but he told me to go in straight away and speak to my mum. He missed you, lad. You might be a sight for sore eyes. Patting me on the back, he went off to do his milking. But before I'd taken half a dozen paces, Jack came out of the barn and made a straight face towards me. What brings you back so soon? He asked. He seemed a little bit cool. Well, to be honest, he was more cold than cool. His face was sort of twisted up, as if he were trying to scowl and grin at the same time. The spook sent me home for a few days. I have to make up my mind whether or not to carry on or not. So what will you do? I'm going to talk to Mum about it. No doubt you'll get your way as usual, Jack said. By now, Jack was definitely scowling, and it made me feel that something had happened while I'd been away. Something... Why else was he suddenly being unfriendly? Was it because he didn't want me coming back home? And I can't believe you took Dad's tinderbox, he said. He gave it to me. He wanted me to have it. He offered it. But that didn't mean you had to take it. The trouble with you is that you only think about yourself. Think of a poor Dad. He loved that tinderbox. I didn't say anything because I didn't want to get into an argument. I know he was wrong. Dad had wanted me to have the tinderbox. I was sure of it. While I'm back, I'll be able to help out, I said, trying to change the subject. If you really want your keep, then feed the pigs, he called, as he turned and walked away. It was a job neither of us liked that much. They were big, hairy, and smelly. And always so hungry that it was never safe to turn your back on them. Despite what Jack said, I was still glad to be home. As I crossed the yard, I glanced up at the house. Mum's climbing roses covered most of the wall and the back, and always did well enough, even though they faced north. Now they were just shooting, but by mid-June they'd be covered in red blossoms. The back door was always jamming because the house had once been struck by lightning. The door had caught on fire and had been replaced, but the frame was still slightly warped. So I had to push hard to force it in. It opened. It was worth it because the first thing I saw was Mum's smiling face. She was sitting in her old rocking chair in the corner of the kitchen, a place where the setting sun couldn't reach. If the light was too bright, it hurt her eyes. Mum preferred winter to summer, and night to day. She was just glad to see me alright. And she was glad to see me alright. And at first, I tried not to delay, telling her that I'd come home to stay. I put on a brave face and pretended to be happy, but she saw right through me. I could never hide anything from her. What's wrong? She asked. I shrugged and tried to smile because probably doing even worse than my brother at I shrugged and tried to smile, probably doing even worse than my brother at disguising my feelings. Speak up. There's no point in keeping it bottled up. I didn't answer for a long time because I was trying to find a way to put it into words. The rhythm of Mum's rocking chair gradually slowed until at last it came to a complete halt. That was always a bad sign. I passed my month's trial, and Mr. Gregory says it's up to me whether or not I'll carry on. But I'm lonely, Mum, I confessed at last. It's just as bad as I expected. I've got no friends. Nobody of my own age to talk to. I feel so alone. I'd like to come back and work here. I could have said more and told her how happy I was working on the farm, when all my brothers lived at home. I didn't. I knew that she missed them too. I thought she'd be sympathetic because of that, but I was wrong. There was a long pause before Mum spoke, and I could hear Ellie sweeping up in the next room, singing it softly to herself as she worked. Lonely? Mum asked, her voice full of anger rather than sympathy. How could you be lonely? You've got yourself, haven't you? If you ever lose yourself, then you really will be lonely. In the meantime, stop complaining. You're nearly a man now, and a man has to work. Ever since the world began, men have been doing jobs they didn't like. Why should it be any different from you? You're the seventh son of the seventh son, and this is your job that you were born to do. But Mr. Gregory trained other apprentices, I blurted out. One of them could come back and look after the county. Why does it have to be me? He's trained many, but precious few completed their time, Mum said. And those that didn't aren't a patch on him. They're flawed or weak or cowardly. They walked a twisted path, taking money for accomplishing little. So there's only you left now, son. You're the last chance, the last hope. Someone has to do it. Someone has to stand against the dark, and you're the only one who can. The chair began to rock again, slowly picking up the speed. I'm glad that's settled. Do you want to wait for supper, or shall I put some out as soon as you are ready? Mum asked. I've had nothing to eat all day, Mum. Not even breakfast. Well, it's rabbit stew. That ought to cheer you up a bit. I sat at the kitchen table, feeling as low as I could ever. Remember while Mum bustled about the stove. The rabbit stew smelled delicious, and my mouth began to water. Nobody was a better cook than my mum, and it was worth coming home, even for just a single meal. With a smile, Mum carried across a big steaming plate of stew and set it down before me. I'll go and make up your room, she said. Now that you're here, you might as well stay a couple of days. I mumbled my thanks and wasted no time in starting as soon as Mum went upstairs. Ellie came into the kitchen. Nice to see you back, Tom, she said with a smile, and she looked down at my generous plate of food. Would you like to have some bread with that? Yes, please, I said, and Ellie buttered me three thick slices of bread before sitting at the table opposite of me. I finished it all without once coming up for air, finally wiping my plate clean with the last big slice of freshly baked bread. You feel better now? I nodded and tried to smile, but I knew it wouldn't work properly because Ellie suddenly looked worried. I couldn't help overhearing. What you told your mum, she said. I'm sure it's not as bad as all that. It's just because the job's all new and strange. You'll soon get used to the work. Anyway, you don't have to get back right away. After a few days at home, you'll feel better, and you'll always be welcomed here, even when the farm belongs to Jack. Well, I don't think Jack is pleased to see me. Why? What makes you say that? He just didn't seem friendly, that's all. I don't think he wants me here. Oh, don't you worry about your big, mean old brother. I can sort him out easily enough. I smiled properly then because it was true. As my mum once said, Ellie could twist Jack around her little finger. What's mainly bothering him is this, Ellie said, smoothing her hand down across her belly. My mother's sister died at childbirth, and our family still talk of it to this day. It's made Jack nervous, but I'm not bothered at all by it. I couldn't even be in a better place with your mom to look after me. She paused. But there's something else. Your new job. It worries him. He seemed happy enough about it before I left, he said. He seemed happy enough about it before I left, I said. He was doing that for you because you're his brother and he cares for you. But the work of a spook does frighten people. It makes them uneasy. I suppose if you'd left right away, it would probably have been all right. But Jack said that on the day you left, you went straight up the hill into the wood, and that since then the dogs have been uneasy. Now they won't even go into the north pasture. Jack thinks that you stirred something up. I suppose it all comes back to this. Ellie went on, patting her belly gently. He's just being protective, that's all. He's thinking of his family. But don't worry, it'll all sort itself out eventually. In the end, I stayed 3 days, trying to put on a brave face, but eventually I sensed it was time to go. Mom was the last person I saw before I left. We were alone in the kitchen, and she gave me my arm to squeeze. She gave my arm a squeeze and told me that she was proud of me. You're more than just 7 times 7. You're my son too, and you have the strength to do what needs to be done.
Oh, she preggers. Oh, she got what do you call it? She got a bread cooking in the oven. She cooking in the oven bread. Yeah.
I nodded in agreement because I wanted her to be happy, but the smile slipped away from my face just as soon as I left the yard. I trudged back to the Spooks' house, my heart right down in my boots, feeling hurt and disappointed that Mum wouldn't have me back at home. It rained all the way back to Chippenden, and when I arrived, I was cold, wet, and miserable. But as I reached the front gate, to my surprise, the latch lifted open. The latch lifted on its own, and the gate swung open without me touching it. It was a sort of welcome, not an encouragement to go in, something I thought was reserved only for the spook. I suppose I should have been pleased by that, but I wasn't. It just felt creepy. What page are we on? 128.
Wait, have you got the book, Keishi? Did you get the book, Keishi? I need to pee real bad, so I'll be right back. I'll be right back. 128. Online copy. Trying to pull. Aww. That's so sweet. Did you read did you read the previous pages? Oh, it's on back. Oh, what happened? I almost slipped. What'd you go do that for? I'll try. I just mopped the. Oh. Careful. If you slip, you're gonna get a boo boo. Also, Keishin, did you read the other pages as well? Like, or are you reading straight from 128? Okay. I'm just full of water right now. I read the title I read a little few days ago. Ah. What'd you think of it? What do you think of the book? Wait. Wait. How long until the next chapter? There's only 18 more pages to go. Hanging to bed. Oh. Surely, Lorindy. Let's go! Got him. Alright, well then let's get through this, shall we? Run out of water again. Let's go. 18. Yeah. I knocked at the door 3 times before I finally noticed that the key was in the lock. As my knocking had brought no purpose, I turned the key and eased the door open. I checked all downstairs rooms but one. Then I called upstairs. There was no answer, so I risked going into the kitchen. There was a fire blazing in the grate, and the table was set for me, except for one. At its center was a huge steaming hot pot. I was so hungry I helped myself and almost polished off the pot when I saw the note under the salt shaker. Gone east to Pendle, it's witch's trouble, so I'll be away for some time. Make yourself at home, but don't forget to pick up this week's provisions, as usual. The butcher has my sack, so go there first. Pendle was a big fell, almost a mountain really, far to the east of the county. The whole district was infested with witches, and was a risky place to go, especially alone. It reminded me again of how dangerous a spook's jobs could be, but at the same time I couldn't help feeling a little bit annoyed. All the time waiting for something to happen, then the moment I'm away, the spook goes off without me. I slept well that night, but not so deeply that I failed to hear the bell summoning me to breakfast. I went downstairs on time and was rewarded with the best plate of bacon and eggs I'd eaten in the spook's house. I was so pleased that just before leaving the table I spoke out loud using the words that my dad had said every Sunday after lunch. That was really good. My compliments to the cook. No sooner had I spoken that the fire flared up in the grate and a cat began to purr. I couldn't see a cat, but the noise it was making was so loud
I swear the window panes were rattling. It was obvious that I'd said the right thing. So feeling right pleased with myself, I set off for the village to pick up the provisions. The sun was shining out of the blue, cloudless sky, the birds were singing, and after the previous day's rain, the whole world seemed bright and gleaming and new. I started at the butcher's, collected the spook stack, moved on to greengrocer's, and finished at the baker's home. Some village lads were leaning against the wall nearby. There weren't as many as the last time, and their leader, the big lad, with a neck like a bull's, wasn't with them. Remembering what the spook had said, I walked straight to them and said, I'm sorry about last time. And said to them, I'm sorry about last time, I said, but I'm new. I didn't understand the rules properly. Mr. Gregory said that you can have an apple and the cake each. So saying, I opened the sack and handed each the lad what I had promised. Their eyes opened so wide that they almost popped out of their sockets, and each muttered his thanks. At the top of the lane, someone was waiting for me. It was a girl called Alice, and once again she was standing in the shadow of the trees as if she didn't like the sunlight. You can have an apple and the cake, I told her. To my surprise, she shook her head. I'm not hungry at the moment, she said, but there's something that I do want. I need you to keep your promise. I need some help. I shrugged. A promise is a promise, and I remembered making it. So what else could I do but keep my word too? Tell me what you want and I'll do my best, I replied. Once more, her face lit up into a really broad smile. She wore a black dress and had pointy shoes. Oh, that's it? Oh, wow. Okay. Sweet. But the smile somehow made me forget all that. Still, what she said next to me set me worrying and quite spoiled for the rest of the day. Ain't gonna tell you now, she said. Tell you this evening I will. Just as the sun goes down, come to me when you hear old Gregory's bell. Oh yeah, Lorindy, the boggart that cooks the food. The boggart that cooks the food is a cat, by the way. A cat cooks the food. Yeah. Cat? Yeah. I heard the bell just before sunset, and with a heavy heart went down the hill towards a circle of willow trees where the lanes crossed. It didn't seem right, her ringing the bell like that. Not unless she had worked for the spook, but somehow I doubted that. Far above, the last rays of the sun were bathing in the summit of the fells in a faint orange glow. But down below, amongst the withery trees, it was grey and full of shadows. I shivered when I saw the girl because she was pulling the rope with just one hand, yet making the clappers of the bell dance wildly. Despite her slim arms and narrow waist, she had to be very strong. She stopped ringing as soon as I showed my face, and rested her hands on her lip. Rested her hand, and She stopped ringing as soon as I showed my face and rested her hands on her hips, while the branches continued to dance and shake overhead. We just stared at each other for ages until my eyes were drawn down towards a basket at her feet. Oh. There was something inside it with a black cloth. Dang, Slam. She lifted the basket and held it out to me. What is it? I asked. It's for you, so you can keep that promise. I accepted it, but I wasn't feeling very happy. Curious, I reached inside to lift the black cloth. No, leave it be, Alice snapped, a large edge to her voice. But don't let the air get to them or they spoil. What are they? I asked. It's growing darker by the minute, and I was starting to feel nervous. How long am I waiting for? Oh no, are you okay? They're just cakes. Thank you very much, I said. They're not for you, she said with a little smile playing at the corners of her mouth. Those cakes are for old Mother Malkin. My mouth became dry, and chill ran down my spine. Mother Malkin? That's the witch that the spook kept in the pit in his garden.
Okay. The spook. I mean the floor in this. Bruh. Did you punch the floor? Punch it.
I don't think Mr. Gregory would like it, I said. He told me to keep away from her. He's a cruel man, old Gregory, said Alice. Poor Mother Malkin's been in the damp, dark hole in the ground for almost 13 years now. Is it right to treat an old woman like that? I shrugged. I hadn't been happy about it myself. It was hard to defend what he'd done, but he said that there was a very good reason for it. Look, she said, you won't get into any trouble because old man Gregory need never know. It's just comfort you're bringing to her. Her favorite cakes made by my family. Ain't nothing wrong with that. Just something to keep her strength against the cold. She gets right to it. It gets right into her bones, it does. Once again, I shrugged. All the best arguments seemed to belong to her. So just give her a cake each night. 3 cakes for 3 nights. Best do it at midnight because it's then she gets a little peckish. Give her the first one tonight. Alice turned to go, but stopped and turned to give me a smile. We could become good friends, you and I, she said with a chuckle. Then she disappeared deep into the shadows. Alright, I will save it there. I've read 8 chapters already. I'm almost halfway through the book already. Alright. Oh. Yeah, let's stop it there. Don't trust Alice. Yeah, don't blame me. So, yeah. Oh, like once you learn what the cakes are, Lorendi, you're gonna be disgusted. I hope you're okay, Sland. Like, I know what the cakes are. I've read the book like 3 times already. So, yeah. Also, Keishin, what do you think of the story? Yeah, so you read the whole story up till where I started? Boo! Wow, time went real fast, by the way. It doesn't feel like we've been at this for like 4 hours. Not the whole story. Okay. Well, make sure to read. So I'm on chapter. Where am I? So I'm on chapter 8. Feel free to read up until chapter 8, Keishin. Yeah, I'll plan to do another book reading. Alright. Yeah, I'll make it a weekly thing. Alright. But that will be me for now. I look, you want to read another one. Read another chapter, but we'll save it. We'll save it. Alright. Read more, please. Probably not tonight, but I will definitely read it next week. Yeah. Alright, let me go over here. Let's see who we can raid tonight. That was fun.
I didn't think I'd like that was. It didn't feel like 4 hours. Did it feel like 4 hours to anyone? It did not feel like 4 hours. Like it did not. It felt like 3 or like 2 at most. So that was a bit. That was that's a bit crazy. Oh well, time flies when you're having fun, you know. That's crazy. Where did that come from? Where did that come from? Why did I have a good time reading tonight? All right, we'll go raid. We'll go raid. Oh, they might be ending soon. Let's see. Who shall we raid tonight? Who shall we raid tonight? Who's on? Who's on tonight? Actually, nah, but I need to sub for real. True. What do you guys want to watch? Art or Stardew or artwork? I'm low-key leaning towards art. So might go over there. Art sounds good. Cool. We'll go there then. Right. Alright.
I actually hate all of you.
Okay, cool. Wait, give me a second. Let's see who can we go to. Let's go over here. Sorry, I'm like taking a while. They've been streaming for 6 hours. All right, maybe they're almost ending. Where do I go? Where do I go? Now we'll go here. All right. Oh, never mind. They're ending as well. What the heck? What the heck, man? Let me see. Let me see. I'll pause the reading. Yes, please, if you can do that. I'll share. Hurts. My back hurts. Ugh. Ooh, yucky. Okay, yeah, we're going here. We're going here. This person seems cute, and it's gonna be funny if they read my name. So we'll go here before they end stream. Hopefully they don't end stream. If they do, I'm gonna be so scared. Is there someone playing guitar? Yeah, it's me. Bing, 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 bing. All right. Okay, guys, I'm gonna rate this person. So I'll post the stream. Oh lordy. I'll post a stream schedule tonight or tomorrow. So wait, let me see if the doesn't look like the ending soon. They've been streaming for 2 hours. Can't go wrong, right? Oh, it's gonna be so awkward if they do end. So yeah, okay. I'm gonna be heading off now. Stream schedule is gonna be posted tomorrow when I finish it. Yeah, thanks so much for coming on by. I really appreciate it. Thanks so much for the raid tonight as well, Indy. Really appreciate it. And all the new people, come join the Discord and come join my socials. That way you'll be notified when I stream next. And yeah, thanks so much for coming on by to the book reading stream. I'm gonna do some more throughout the week. So like next week. So yeah, if you enjoy it, yeah, look forward to the next one. So yeah. All right. With that being said, I'm gonna go rest my throat. I hope you have a good day. Thanks to everyone who came by tonight. What an awesome stream tonight. So yeah, really appreciate it. And I hope you have a good day. And remember, guys, I love you. I'll miss you. And I'll see you on the next one. Bye. Bye bye.